Ah! Hail hydrate. Howdy, gang. This is Pribyslavitz. We've cut down a lot of trees, and, we spent our entire life savings on, like, 3 things. We made the woodcutter's camp, some beehives, so we have honey, but they're not selling it, apparently, so it doesn't make us any money. And we paved the road. This is what medieval pavement is, you just, make it a little more than a horse track, I guess. Bridge got fixed up, though. It's not a little piece of wood crap anymore. And, sound test is looking good. I was having issues with the camera a minute ago, but I think I fixed it. I didn't fix it, I duct taped it, but, you know, it's, I metaphorically duct taped it. The camera itself is fine, don't worry. But, yeah. We need to make money. And he did say there's an activity give people would have jobs for us to help make money. But we need to get that trading post up ASAP, because I'm thinking facilities like this are not going to make us any money until we have that. Please know, I am a little sleepy. I just took, like, a shower that was kind of cold. Maybe one of the worst showers I had in a long time, but, yeah, it woke me up a little bit, but I don't know how long that effect is going to last. No, I don't know, we might cut it a little short. Be like exactly at 3 hours, maybe even a little before that. And we have been overshooting them, to be honest, so can't complain. Oh, I can judge people. We've already got crime. It's been like half a day.
We have a problem with water. That is, with the stream. With the, use of the stream.
Yeah, I've got problems with my stream, too.
Sir,
Fucking blows.
What's that?
Your locator here won't let people go for a shit.
God give me strength.
Master Locator, would
I never forbade anyone to defecate. It's not something that can be prohibited anyway.
You did so.
All I asked was that people did their business further downstream. After all, we don't want our water supply contaminated. It could cause disease.
I mean, that's fair. Why don't we build an outhouse, though? I feel like that should have been first priority. Like, even construction workers bring a fucking porta potty with them. What diseases?
what do you suggest, Master Marius?
Let the people answer the call of nature at least 100 feet downstream from the village.
What? That far? What if I get the runs? I'd shit myself before getting there.
Then you better run, boy.
What kind of disease?
Digestive disorders, fever, even death.
Ah, what a load of nonsense. We always poured our shit out right there on the road. They even do that in Prague, for what I've heard. What else would they do with it?
I don't know, eat it.
Is it true about Prague?
Admittedly, in many cases, yes. But often there's no other option. The wealthier citizens have a latrine in their courtyard which they empty out whenever necessary. The common folk do empty their chamber pots on the streets.
See now.
But it's also said that if the Turks ever try to attack Prague, it's the stink that will hold them back, not the walls.
Ah, well, that's what we call a joke, Master Marius.
I've decided.
Yeah, I don't want shit all over my fucking town, dog. 150 feet? That sounds like overcompensation. Alright, 100 feet. Socially distant shits.
Defecating will only be allowed at least 100 feet from the village.
But, sir...
A wise decision, Henry.
Well, at least we have permission to go and shit again. I'll go and tell the fellas we can go to the stream. It's been a tough few days.
You mean you haven't been since... No, don't say it. I don't even want to know.
They all stopped shitting because they thought they weren't allowed to at all. How you sawing logs when you can't even fucking make a log? Oh! The hunting horn from the huntsman. Oh yeah, we have that whole quest that we can go do. I was gonna like open up a treasure map or something. We'll probably do that in a few minutes, but we have these two quests with the huntman, figuring out who's poaching stuff, which is definitely me. But we gotta get this trade house up ASAP before we do anything else, otherwise this place is gonna start hemorrhaging money. Obviously, killing something and getting some plate is the fastest way to get money, I'm sure. But I'm not really sure where to look. I'm really regretting that transaction we happened with Conrad Hagen last time now. I gave him, like, a nice-ass helmet. That thing had to have been worth at least $1,000 on its own. And he didn't even have the money. I wasn't paying attention. I think I even paid him to take it off my hands. Like, what the fuck? Anyways, yeah, thieving jobs, those usually pay pretty well, so we'll go do some of those. We're supposed to take something in, what's it? What's the big town? Sasau. Sasau. We were supposed to do something in Sasau for Miller Wojciech. So, and we have other stuff pending over there, too, but... Options, guys. Trying to make money, you know? Yeah, that looks like money right there.
Well, I never. The pig turns up willingly for the slaughter. What have we got here?
I was hoping they were the good guys. And they're wearing black, so why would they be, but... Yeah, boy can dream.
Ow! Is that all?
Banish just fucking slaughtered the guardsmen then.
I'm going to enjoy this.
Yeah, we're gonna die. Cool though. Don't worry about it. We knew this was gonna happen. As soon as they drew their swords. Which was long before they ever knew we were there, of course. They never put them away. We just walked up to them like they weren't gonna murder another person. Boy, oh boy. I guess we gotta do that trial again. God, we can skip dialogue.
What is it this time?
God.
I like that this is here, by the way. I think I said that.
What?
Like, this taught you a little bit of history, perhaps, if you didn't know how bathrooms are handled.
Defecating.
But sir,
Why? You mean?
I know that they were handled very poorly for an extraordinary long time, really. I think even in, like, the Victorian period, people were still throwing their shit in the streets in cities.
Learn how to ride a horse, idiot!
It was when the fucking massive cholera and, like, the Black Plague and stuff, outbreaks happened, and we really fucking got on top of that. I guess the population density was just so high that throwing shit in the street was just that much more dangerous. Like, that was a point in time where people were living in apartments, finally. You didn't just have a house, you had 3 houses on one plot of land, and you're sort of building upwards, because that's how cities go. So you're not just having one person shit outside the door. You got 3 families. And, you know, we get to make decisions for the village. Hopefully we get to see stuff related to that, like... For example, I said, why don't they just build a latrine or a porta potty? Like, that should have been what happened with that, in my opinion. Maybe it will happen later on, but, like, we should set up a public outhouse right on the spot for bringing that up.
Yeah.
Some boys.
Get stuck into them, boys!
Get stuck in them!
What's your
Bastards
game,
are
beggar?
gay.
Leave a job to do. Clear up or you'll regret it.
Oh! 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 Oh!
What's the matter?
When you fucking... I didn't think they'd all focus on the man with the biggest sword. Like, come on. What are those other guards even doing? Dying still? They were all attacking me. They couldn't 2v1 a guy? Sorry, gang. This is a rough start already. But boy, let me tell you, do we have things to say. I'm kind of out of things to play for the time being. Like, there's nothing I'm especially looking forward to for the rest of this year. I was looking forward to Hogwarts Legacy, but that got pushed back to Q1 of the next year, so that's, you know, it's out of the way. And then we have God of War coming out next month. That's like the last thing that I care about. That I care about especially, I mean. Well, what the fuck? What was that about poaching? That's not the latrine thing. I sang. Yeah, I mean there are like a few other things like Gotham Knights, which looks a bit weird, and Sonic Frontiers, which you guys know I like Sonic to an extent. I'm not like a super huge fan of the boost games that they've been doing, even though I think they're fine. I just don't like them as much as the adventure games. But, you know, Frontiers looks like it's doing something pretty different, like it's open world. It has the levels too, and it's also kind of it has RPG elements, which is really strange. Like it's doing some Breath of the Wild ass progression with upgrading your damage and stuff. You have a skill tree. It's really weird. Like I'm interested in it. It's Sonic, all right. These are almost always not great.
The stream?
Sir,
Um,
your local...
God give me. I never you or
What do you...
let the people.
What kind...
They...
So, you know, I'm skeptical. I'm gonna wait and see. It's not something I would pre-order. But I'm almost certainly going to play it at some point in time. I will tell you that much. It also comes out like 2 or 3 days before God of War, so like I'm not gonna have time for that. Kratos is gonna execute Sonic. That was the joke I told my dear boy. Totally forgot about the chat box. Oops. Yeah, I like forgot that it was even coming out this year. I had no idea. I remember the first time I saw it was at Nintendo Direct, and there they said a holiday of 2022. And then the release date got moved to November, I guess. So, like, I didn't even know it was coming so soon, but he told me. And, you know, I'm obviously not following it too intently, but piques my interest. But yeah, other than that, I can't really think of anything else that I particularly care about. I know Bayonetta 3 is coming out, but I have not played the other ones. And I have 1 and 2 on Wii U, I just haven't played them. And I haven't really played the Wii U much at all. It was gifted to me because my friend didn't play it, right? And he's like, yeah, you can just keep it. Like, he let me borrow it to play one specific thing, and then he just didn't care to take it back. But I don't think I had the charger for the gamepad or something, or it was lost because my brother moves all my shit around without asking, and then I can't find any of my things. Very common issue, still happens to this day. Fuck him. But yeah, I guess he allegedly found it at some point, and it may or may not still be lost today. So, yeah, the gamepad's just dead, and I can't use it. Not that you can't play most Wii U games without the gamepad, but the last one I was trying to play, Tokyo Mirage Sessions, requires it. So, yeah, I just never, like, went back and played Bayonetta. I played a little bit of the first one. I don't know, I'm just not very good at those kinds of games, man. Like, yeah, I enjoy them. I just don't, like, get as much out of it as everyone else who thinks they're amazing. Like, they're short and they're meant to be replayed. I'm like, I barely got through it on the fucking normal difficulty, and I kind of suck at making combos. I don't suck at making combos. They don't always work, right? Like, it's not a fighting game. You're not fighting one opponent. You're being surrounded by bullshit, and then, like, you gotta dodge big attacks, too. It's, like, harder to pull off the inputs without getting interrupted by something hitting you, you know? And there's, of course, the whole, like, stupid design decisions that are there in all of them. Like, you can't use any of the items they give you or it's gonna cut off your score, which is so stupid. There was another game my brother was playing that looked kind of cool called The Texorcist, right? It's like a bullet hell, like, you dodge attacks and stuff. You're an exorcist, of course, and you have to, like, type out biblical verses to exorcise demons while dodging bullet hell stuff. And all the way to Ujits, are you fucking kidding me? So, you know, it's kind of like Typing of the Dead, but, like, a little more involved, I suppose. Anyways, the progression system is you unlock, like, new gear, you get money that you can buy gear with. And it'll give you stuff like more movement speed, a shield, or, you know, just any kind of thing like that. Just stuff to augment the gameplay. But equipping any of them puts, like, a massive penalty on your final score, which will give you less money to buy new stuff or whatever. You know what I'm saying. I think it's just stupid because, like, the game wants to reward you by giving you stuff that's gonna punish you for using. And if you're playing the way the developers want you to, I guess, then, like, they put in all this work for something that they don't want you to use, and you're gutting an entire system out of the game. Guys, I don't know why I can't get to this freaking town right now. Yeah, that's like an issue across that entire genre that I'm not particularly fond of. Oh, yeah, I, like, forgot about Evil West. There was, like, no advertising for that game whatsoever. I found about it on YouTube from someone chilling for it. That looked pretty cool, and I think it already came out, or if it's not, in, like, a few days. Maybe in November, too, even. That's, like, on my radar, but, again, it's a smaller studio, so that's, like, a soft wait and see. It looks sick, though. It's probably something I would buy around Christmas for myself or something, I don't know. You know, there's stuff coming out. I just meant, like, big budget things that, like, you gotta play them. Everybody's gonna be talking about them. That's what, like, I'm out of. And, like, I have stuff in my backlog, so these smaller things aren't necessarily, like, high priorities. There's not gonna be anybody pushing me to play Monster Boy in the Lost Kingdom, which is sitting in my backlog. I can do that whenever. I just saw this other thing come out called, like, Lost Eidolons or something. It looked like a photorealistic Fire Emblem kind of game. Like, I'm hype on that. I saw no advertising. I didn't know it existed until it came out. So, like, you know, that stuff happens. I know the Eternal Cylinder finally got onto Steam, so I might play that at some point. Lots of good stuff. Like, I'm not saying that that's not happening, I just mean it's backlog time for like a month at least. And probably most of December as well. So I got I cut into like 4 things from my backlog. That's what that whole long-winded story was, alright? This 1 week, I just knocked like 4 things off my hard drive, which is good, because I need space. Said they doubt he keeps it on his person, so maybe... supposed to put that armor away, wasn't I? Eyeballing me? I mean, he might have the key for that. It's probably where his thing is. It looks very auspicious. But he also might have his, like, a spare key around the house, you know? Are we on food? Good. No, wait, he has an upstairs. Hey. Go check his undies. His roof is built into the ground. I'm a perfect sneaking target. Damn, that was close. He even had the horn on him, so, like, I wonder if it's in this chest, if it, like, he spawned from this chest because I got it from him. And that key doesn't go to this chest, so that's crazy. There's gotta be something cool in there. Like, look at it, this is like something straight out of fucking Zelda. There's gotta be something in that chest. Animals clothing, bring necklace, horn to loot cash. Optional. Air hunt. Ask around the village, ask what happened to Thomas from the bathhouse. Blacksmith Betty. That might have said the blacksmith's boy, but I read Betty. So I'm assuming his wife. That's... No, blacksmith's Betty, that's what that says. What? Is that a job? What is a Betty? Sounds like Australian slang, but this is Bohemia. This is the Czech Republic. Are you Betty? No, you're Margaret. Thing's definitely moving with her, though. She's villager. She ain't shit. Margaret, she's a Betty, though. Look at them Bettys. Look at them big Bettys.
Greetings. What do you need?
Bettys.
I'd like to ask you about Hannikin Hare.
I'm sorry, but I really don't want to talk about that.
Ah, Christ almighty, Henry. Where's this coming from?
The thing is, every time I spoke to someone about Hare, they always ended up talking about you.
But I don't.
You aren't to blame for anything, is that it? Well, I am willing to believe you, but you do know more than you're telling, and I need to hear it.
Very well. You're right. And what would you like to know about Hare?
Do you trim it? Do you own scissors?
How were things between you and Hare back then?
There was nothing between us. Hannikin Hare impressed my father with all his talk of noble blood. But I couldn't stand him, and I didn't want to marry him. And then it made no odds after he ran away.
So you didn't want him? I only asked because I've heard differently.
That's village talk. Of course folk gossip. Mostly they just want to hurt Nicholas.
Yeah, fuck Nicholas. I stole his horn.
Did Hare really commit the murder?
God in heaven, how should I know? Anyway, it doesn't matter now.
That remains to be seen.
Can't help but notice you didn't cross your heart.
That'll be everything.
Oh.
I'd like to find out about the poachers round here who've been stealing game recently.
If you ask me, there's some questions best left unanswered. But go and see Elena if you're determined. That old gossip will tell you all there is to know.
Olaner?
Good luck, then.
Yeah. Pigs. Oh, he's got a mohawk. He's kind of badass. Got it going down his whole body. Yo, that guy's got Betty's. Holy moly.
Who is it?
Don't you run! Oh. Oh, that's Blacksmith Betty.
Is there something you need?
Yes.
God grant you health. How may I help you?
I've got a few questions about these poachers.
So ask.
I
Scene.
heard you saw something fishy in the forest.
That's right, I did.
Can you describe what you saw?
Was it a
It
fish?
was after dark, I remember that. I went up past the castle along by the clearing, and I saw someone had lit a fire, and there were figures singing and dancing, and I could hear the whistling of a pipe. And I could smell roast meat. It was like a feast of some sort. Only I thought maybe it was some witch's Sabbath, so I was afraid to stay too long in case they saw me.
What was this, the pipe where the women rub the lotion on their pussies, and then I lockpicked a horse? Because I still need to finish that quest. Not letting me, it's broken, guys.
Where is the clearing?
A short walk north of the castle. There's a track past the woodcutter's camp that takes you there.
Thanks.
Thanks.
Did you recognize anyone there? Someone from the village, maybe?
No. Like I said, it was dark. All I could see was shadowy figures moving around.
Did you hear any familiar voices?
No. But I heard girls' laughter, goblets clinking, a piper playing. It sounded just like any feast.
What do you make of this poaching that's been going on?
It's clear as day. Hannikin Hare.
Goblins in the woods?
Putting those antlers on Nicholas's house? Well, we all know what that means, don't we? It's the sign of a cuckold, you mark my words.
Oh.
You mean to say his wife's cheating on him?
All I'm saying is she might be feeling the urge. It happens in the best of families.
Well, you're the first who's certain of Hare's return. So far, I've just heard vague rumours.
Well, now, I wouldn't say I'm completely sure. I suppose some other mischief maker could have done it, but better the devil you know. And everyone hereabouts knows Hare.
Yeah, that's not what you said before. No, I am. Is it higher? 15 to 8 is 7. 13 to 5 is 7. No, 13 to 5 is 8. Sorry, that's sleepy math. I guess this one...
Stop trying to wriggle out of it. Do you realise who I am?
Not really.
But you know who Radzig Cobbler is, right?
Of course.
I'm his right-hand man, and I'm helping the huntsman catch the poachers. So, I'm not someone you should be messing around.
All right, I'll tell you what I know. But promise not to tell Nicholas I said it.
I'll do what I can, but I need to let him know what I discover. So, out with it.
It's to do with Margaret, his wife. They say it's all because of her.
Keep going.
I know full well Hare's here, because Margaret admitted as much.
What did she tell you?
That he waited in the woods till she came by and they exchanged some words. Words was all she told me. Who knows what they actually got up to.
And what did they speak about?
I don't know, but if Nicholas knew they'd met, he'd most likely kill her.
You're sure she wasn't saying it in jest?
Oh no, Margaret wouldn't joke about something like that.
Words.
Well, you're the first who's certain of Hare's return.
Well now.
You were singing it.
So?
There's nothing to...
Oh.
Well, now you know. And you also know not to keep anything from me.
All right, I'll tell you what I know. But promise not to tell Nicholas I said it.
Alright, I skipped through because I knew that I already picked this.
So, out with it.
He automatically
Deal
went
with
to the other
Margaret,
thing,
his
though.
wife. They say it's all because of her.
Keep going.
I know full well Hare's here, because Margaret admitted as much.
What did she tell you?
That he waited in the woods till she came by and they exchanged some words.
Alright, that's the same,
Oh no.
same bullshit. I probably got speech experience for that, though.
Who's this Hannikin Hare, anyway?
Hannikin Hare? There was a time he was master huntsman here, and Margaret was set to be his wife. But then he got himself accused of murder and fled before they could hang him. Margaret and his job both ended up going to Nicholas.
So what's the story between Hare and Margaret?
It was complicated. He wanted her and she wanted him too, I reckon. At least for a while. But then she hitched up with Nicholas and now she says she never had a thought of wedding Hannikin Hare.
Yeah, probably cheating on his wife.
So what went on between Hare and the huntsman?
Those two? There was no love lost between them from the moment Hare arrived. And then Margaret got involved. It was a messy business.
Messy in like a sexy way or in a bloody way?
Do you think Hare really killed that man?
Who knows the truth of it now? I did find it all a bit odd. Hare never was much of a hothead. But then again, no one really knew him that well. And Margaret never wanted to speak of it. Wouldn't hear a word about it.
Well, shit.
That's all I need. Thanks.
They did call her a gossip, so obviously she had a lot to talk about. But her words are pretty damn damning, if you ask me. What? I'm not trespassing.
Has something happened?
Blacksmith's Betty, more like Blacksmith's Karen. Shit. Alright, something happened to someone at the bathhouse. Thomas. Name B. Is there like a bath? Oh, hey, Tom. Tom of the Baths. Like Dawn of the Dead. But everyone's dirty instead of a zombie.
I'm here to find out about the poachers gang, and I need to ask a few questions.
Well, ask away. I don't have all day.
I heard you were yelling in the tavern that you were off to hunt some venison.
Look here. I don't know who you are, but you should watch your mouth.
I will, don't you worry. So what happened then?
What? Nothing. It was just the beer talking. I got pissed and started spouting shit. Didn't mean a word of it.
Maybe not. That remains to be seen. Blacksmith's Betty saw people feasting in the woods, and she says there was a nice smell of venison. What do you know about it?
Nothing. I wasn't there.
And I don't suppose you'll tell me who was?
No, because I wasn't there.
Yeah, well, that makes sense. Likely
Not really.
story, though, boy.
I hear there's been trouble with poachers recently.
I don't have time to talk to strangers. Good day to you. May the Lord watch over you.
You're sus as fuck, Tom.
What do you want here? Are you looking for me?
I'm looking for your pockets. Now we'll come mess with him again later. I wonder if the order that we ask the questions is what pissed him off, but he's super sus.
Yeah.
What is this marker even pointing at? B. Or the clearing where it all went down. Okay. Makes sense. Just by the alchemy wench.
Yeah.
Turn this horn while we've got time. Get some coinage. Yeah. How many arrows do we even have? I know we were trying to shoot people earlier. Long distance 10. Alright. 10's an irrespectable number.
I have that horn for you.
I'm looking forward to seeing the smile wiped off Nicholas's face when he finds out. As for you, the old man says you're in.
Last time you told me that if I brought the horn, you'd finally tell me what's going on.
Let's put it this way. Our old man's had it in for Master Huntsman Nicholas for years.
Is his name Hannikin Hare?
Why does he have it in for him?
There's more than one reason, but the heart of it is Nicholas lied under oath and almost got him hanged.
That's a fair enough reason.
You're telling me.
What's he trying to achieve?
If you want to know, ask around the village what they think of the Master Huntsman. The old man is making a bigger and bigger fool of him day by day. Soon enough, the gossip will reach the ears of Sir Divish himself. And that's just what the old man wants.
It wouldn't by any chance be that Hannikin Hare everyone's talking about, would it?
Hear ye, hear ye. The lad is smarter than he looks. It is him, as it happens. What have you been hearing about him?
They said he killed some man at arms and fled.
Who keeps spreading those lies? Some folk haven't the sense they were born with. Anyway, if you want to know the details, ask him yourself.
So, what comes next?
We're just getting something big ready. We'll make camp in the north of Broder Woods. There's a concealed glade, and that's where you'll find us.
All right, I'll meet you there.
Captain Robard to, like, turn in the criminals? Should I turn in the criminals? Because, like, you could probably make a lot of money if I poach with them, you know? That's A clearing, but this is like B clearing. I still want to check this one out, even if it's not the same camp.
Yeah.
Police. They did in fact throw a party over here. And clean up after themselves. How very normal of them. No goddamn manners. Objective mark cleared, so I guess Henry doesn't have anything to say about it, but we've seen it with our own 4 balls. Henry's and Mars. And yours, I guess that's 6 collectively. That's assuming you're watching alone. Well, let's face it. If you're watching this, you're just as nerd as I am. Uh, both of these people are doing stuff wrong, right? Obviously, the huntsman needs to be punished for lying under oath at the very least. But then the poachers are like murdering animals and just leaving all the meat to rot in the woods. And they're defaming this man and other stuff, probably, I don't know. So if there's like a way to punish both parties, that's what I'll go for. Otherwise, we'll probably just stick with the law. And I can't prove that Nicholas actually lied, right? Captain Robart's out here, actually. He's always on the battlements. It's a training arena. Yeah, there he is. Stud.
God be with you.
I've come about the poachers, sir.
Oh, so you're the one Nicholas was talking about. All right. I'll send some of my men with you. Are you ready to set off?
Yes, sir.
Maybe I should have met with them first.
Hannikin Hare of Zalush, I arrest you in the name of Lord Divish of Talmberg.
The Master Huntsman is not coming?
The Master Huntsman arrests poachers, not murderers. Will you come quietly?
What do you say, man?
Guys don't look like they have
To my
any
prayer,
plate on.
just when I wanted to vent my rage.
Despite all my rage, I'm still just a rat in a cage.
Dopice!
Enough!
Oh, fuck.
Next!
Damn, they were butchered. Anything good? Ew.
There's something over there.
So which one of these guys was Hannikin Hare? Just a nobody? He didn't actually have a name or what? They even got none in there. Yeah. I think Anakin ran away. Fucking kidding me? This is where we started playing, guys. None of that saved. You'd think it would give me an autosave when it teleports me at least, but shit. That's my fault, honestly, but shit.
What is it this time?
We have the strips.
YOLO.
God give me. I never.
You did.
All I. After all. What?
They even.
Is it true? The
See now.
But it's. Let. I. Definitely. You know. Hey.
Alright, let's not ride to Ujits. We're going straight to the huntsman. We were stealing his horn, and we were getting our asses back on track, talking to the ladies. And then we're gonna actually go talk to Anakin. See if we can learn any proof. Yeah, we're at an hour, Christ. What have we got? Start with an easy one. I played Batman Arkham Origins. I mentioned that last time. I started playing it and did like half the Riddler stuff in one night, right? So. Arkham Origins. I skipped this one initially. I only got it because it was on like a pretty deep sale. As the title would imply, it's like a prequel story. It's not an origin story for Batman necessarily, but it like it's an origin for the Arkham games, I guess you would say. Though the advertising, I remember, like, showed a bunch of stuff of Bruce, like, training with the League of Assassins, and, yeah, that doesn't happen in the game. There's, like, a DLC fight pack you can get, like the free flow combo challenges. You can, like, do one of those that's, like, themed around that training, but as far as the base game goes, that's not in there. This one takes place 2 years into him being Batman, and the public still hasn't, like... they don't know that he's real yet, right? And, like, that hasn't been confirmed. Commissioner Gordon is not Commissioner Gordon, he's still Lieutenant. Arkham Asylum is not a prison for super criminals at this point in time. Like, it's an origin story for the Arkham plotline as a whole.
I'd like to ask... How...
I'd
like to...
Christ, so...
God bless.
What is the story of the game? It's Christmas Eve, and Bruce Wayne's he's a fucking stick in the mud, right? He's a young man, and he just wants to be Batman, play with his new toys. So the opening of the game is just him like marching up to the Batwing after news like, nah, there is no Batman. Shut up. I'm Lieutenant Gordon. And he's like, Batman. He's in his plane. Alfred's like, oh, dude, come on, it's Christmas. Just stay here for the night, please. He's like, no, I can't show weakness to these fuckboys. Because apparently, the big crime boss, the Black Mask, like, put out a bounty on Batman, and he hired 9 elite assassins to come hunt him down for the night. So those assassins are people like, Deathstroke, the Electrocutioner, some chick from the League of Assassins, I think her name was Shiva, Firefly, and there are like a handful of other people in there, but it's hard to keep track of it because they throw in like a lot of other side villains in addition to them, like what the Penguin's around, the fucking Black Mask himself's there, of course. Deadshot makes an appearance, Anarchy makes an appearance. Killer Croc makes an appearance. Bane, he is one of the assassins. So it's really weird how, like, the game sets up the plot with the assassins being a big centerpiece of what's going down with these events, but you only fight, like, 1 or 2 of them when you follow the main story, and the rest of them are, like, smaller characters, not necessarily big-name villains, and they just get relegated to side quests that you are completely optional. But then you still run into other villains that are not the assassins, that are a part of the main shebang. It was really quite strange how that worked out. Blacksmith Betty? No. Where's Black Betty? Yeah, it's Batman Saves Christmas. There's a lot of shit going down that night in the middle of, like, a freaking blizzard. And, you fight a lot of guys. It seems like it's just gonna be a bunch of random crap strewn together at first, and that's definitely how it starts until the big reveal that this is actually the night that Batman meets the Joker. Like, it's Joker's origin story. And it's also the same night Joker meets Harley Quinn.
Good day
So,
to you.
hers is in there as well, I suppose.
I've got a few questions about these poachers.
So ask.
That
it.
Did you? Where's that? What?
It's. Oh. Of course.
I'm. Keep going.
I know
What?
that he.
How to do?
So,
but while we're talking about that,
that's all.
Goodbye.
the Joker obviously has a lot of different origin stories, right? And in the DC multiverse, the multiverse is like canon and they cross over all the time. Batman fights with Batmans from other universes all the time. So, like, you know, by no means is it the canon, but in the Arkham universe, at least, they confirmed that this is the Joker who was the Red Hood and fell into a vat of blappy chemicals at some point, I guess. So I think that that small detail alone really enhances part of Arkham Knight's story, and that, Robin #1, Jason Todd, he was murdered on Batman Someone, I think it was the Joker's birthday, maybe, I don't know, maybe a Valentine's Day thing. It was some kind of holiday. It was supposed to be like a joke, haha, I murdered your best friend, Batman, I love you. It's supposed to be like that, and like the Joker killed him, allegedly. But he obviously returns later on as the Red Hood, as he does in many of the timelines. So, like, since the Joker obviously didn't kill him, and he gave him, like, his old hero vigilante job, that, like, you know, it's big brain. He planned all this shit out. Even after his death, the Red Hood's still there to antagonize. Try not to spoil too much about what goes down in Arkham Knight. Like, because that one's more recent, I guess. Arkham Origins gotta be at least 10 years old, probably even more than that, so, like, I don't give a shit about spoiling anything in that. Again, I'm sure a lot of other people skipped it just as I did. Damn. What was I saying? Right, just explaining story stuff. So I said that some of the assassins are like just small things. Like some of them are challenges. One guy is like it was Shiva, right? She completely missable, very extremely missable. It happens like in the middle of the game. You walk out of one of the major events and you can hear a baby crying. And you can either ignore the crying baby, or you can go looking for it. If you go looking for it, you run into Shiva. And you have to do like a couple combat trials. Like, it's not even a proper boss fight, it's just more like crowd fighting. And going through those will unlock the critical hits ability, which is like one of the basic things you get in Arkham City. It's just, you know, you do like double damage if you time your attacks right, and it gives you double the combo meter. It's like essential to making the game playable. It's like the closest thing you get to a damage upgrade at any point in time. Huge. And it sucks I missed it for almost the entire game, because I did not give a shit about that crying baby. It's weird that I say that, considering that I did all the meaningful content in the game, but initially I just ignored the child. Right, doing side content can, like, give you auxiliary abilities, which is just stuff that you don't have to spend your skill points on. So, like, that was a new system, I guess. And it was kind of cool. It was, like, a nice reward to doing side activities. Also, some of the assassins were just a joke. Like, the first time you run into the electrocutioner, he's, like, talking shit, and you, like, literally press the attack button, you fucking kick him in the chin, and he dies. You know, he escapes, and you're allegedly gonna fight him again, but then when you are allegedly gonna fight him again, he also just fucking dies. And then you fight someone else. You do fight someone else in his place, like, a few minutes later the first time as well, but, like, he was such a nothing thing. You just take an upgrade off him the second time he dies.
I'd like to ask you a...
I'm sorry.
Get talking!
Listen, I know the hare is here, and I know you spoke with him. And if you don't want your husband to find out, you better start talking.
Wait! You can't say something like that to Nicholas. God knows what he'd do.
It's in your hands whether I tell him or not.
All right, all right. What do you want to know?
What did you talk about in the woods with Hannikin Hare?
I see Betty's mouth's been busy.
Don't blame her.
Oh.
I had to work hard to weasel it out of her. Now tell me.
Yeah, I did.
Oh, all right. Well, it seems Hannikin Hare's exile has addled his brain. He told me he'd go off with me, that he still loves me and nonsense like that.
And what about you?
What do you mean? I was so shocked, I couldn't even scream.
Is that all he told you?
He said if I change my mind, I'm to hang a garland of forget-me-nots on the house and wait for him at that place of ours.
Yeah, okay.
Where was it you saw him exactly?
I wish I could tell you. The whole thing was like a fever dream. I almost got lost trying to get out of the forest. Even if I remembered, it wouldn't be any use to you. Hannikin Hare moves through the forest like a ghost. He knows every tree root off by heart.
That sounds like a pretty good huntsman to me.
I want you to hang that garland on the lodge.
But I don't want to go anywhere with him.
You don't have to go anywhere. But tell me, where's that secret meeting place of yours?
On the way to Ujits. Back then, we used to meet by the great big beech tree, right next to the wayside shrine. There's a lovely view there, you see.
And what time will he be waiting there for you?
At dawn. What are you going to do to Hare?
Never you mind. The main thing is it will all get sorted out. And that's all that matters, isn't it?
I suppose so. Very well, then. I'll hang the garland for you.
That'll be everything.
Good luck, then.
Da-da. What else is there to say? Yeah. I don't want to spoil too much of the main plot points of the game, but obviously all this stuff is, like, set up for what the Arkhamverse is when you play the first game, even if it is years before those events actually happen. Like, you know, obviously Gordon gets a promotion, obviously the Asylum gets a massive funding upgrade. Obviously Batman's cool with the cops at some point, people know he exists by then. That's all cool, I guess. I still think it's kind of, like, ridiculous that this all happens on Christmas Eve. Like, you do way too much in one night. It's silly. Batman Saves Christmas. That's the title of the game. What did I... That was kind of a tangent. I was saying I initially skipped it because I was told that this was a reskin of Arkham City. Like, they just put, like, a Christmas coat on it. It's the same exact map. Abilities are all the same, except they added the shock gloves. That's the upgrade you take off the electrocutioner, which are like stupid and they completely break the combat system. And I was like, oh, well, that just sounds awful. So yeah, I didn't play it for a long time. In my personal opinion, the city feels very different because it's like, one, it's Christmas themed, of course. There's more snow on the ground. You're fighting civilians, not prisoners in jumpsuits. You're even fighting cops sometimes because the cops are a corrupt police force at this point in time. There's not like barricades and stockades, nothing barbed wire all over the place. Like, it's not Arkham City, it's fucking Gotham. It's old Gotham. It feels very different. I definitely did recognize some areas, though, like, specifically the steel stacks area, like the steel mill, which was also very different looking, because it was ran by Black Mask rather than Joker. But, like, for the first bit of the game, I was like, huh, this doesn't look like Arkham City at all. Is this even the same map? I was told this was the same map. And then I got to the mill. It's like, oh, yeah, this might be the same map. Might. And they have, like, unique stuff, too. Like, yeah, the church is there and the courthouse is there, and you go in them for side missions, but those aren't the main game. The main game has tons of its own unique interiors. They even parked that whole ass boat in the harbor for you to go in. When you go in GCPD as well, like, that doesn't happen in Arkham City. Like, you know, there's plenty of unique areas, interior-wise, and that's where, like, the Predator encounters happen too, of course. So, like, those are all unique. Those aren't all recycled. I don't know why I'm having so much trouble following this E.
What an ass-kicking, fucker. Come and get it.
Yeah, no smoke, as the kids say. I wonder if that's related to the quest, and that's why that's there every time. Or... I don't want to fight him, though. We'll call this one a freebie. Get the fuck out of here. So yeah, as far as like the recycled content went, I didn't think that was all that bad. You even get a couple of your own unique gadgets, though in that same vein, you also start with most of the gadgets. Makes sense, you come fresh out of the Batcave, you're prepared for this stuff. You only get a couple throughout the game. And the game isn't very long either, I think it's only like 20 hours long to do everything. Everything. There are like pointless challenges you can do too, but like, you know, as far as quest markers goes, that's everything. Like doing all the Riddler crap, all the assassins, whatever other things come up, investigations, the most wanted list. The most wanted list is mostly the assassin stuff, but after you've done all of them, you'll get one last call from Gordon who's like, hey, a bunch of prisoners escaped, could you help me out, bud? And they just send you all over the map to do these normal-ass fights. And it's just, like, so stupid and underwhelming. What do you get for beating it? Thank you. Thank you, now you can uninstall the game. You don't get any upgrades or anything, no new costume. The Riddler stuff. I don't know, I did it all in Arkham Asylum. I didn't care to do it in City. And then I did it all in Night because I needed that to get the true ending, which actually was, like, kind of huge. But, like, the Riddler stuff itself, I'm just, like, not into it. They're just non-puzzles scattered all around the map. And we're gonna talk to Heineken here. I don't know, they're just stupid, man.
Nicholas won't be joining us. Who the devil are you?
My name is Henry, and I work for the Master Huntsman.
So are you going to arrest me?
I am.
All I ask is that you listen to me first.
Let me guess. You're going to tell me you're innocent?
I wouldn't presume. I've been poaching on the Divish estate, and I'll take the punishment I deserve. But the crime I was nearly strung up for, that one I didn't commit.
Oh, this might be the outcome I was looking for, actually.
I've no idea what you're talking about.
Let me introduce myself. My name is Anakin Hare of Zalush.
The nobleman?
I used to be. My house became sadly impoverished, and I became the master huntsman at Talmberg.
Gamekeeper turned poacher? I see. That's quite a transformation.
Nicholas gave me no choice.
What happened to your family?
My father lost his influential friends and the money with them. After his death, I inherited only his debts. There was nothing for it but to sell off all our possessions, see to my sister's welfare, and manage as best I could.
That sounds a rough deal.
Believe it or not, I never cared for the life of a nobleman. I spent my youth running free, hunting in the woods.
That is what noblemen do for fun.
What happened between you and Nicholas?
I was falsely accused of murder. Henry of Lipa visited Talmberg, and the morning after the banquet in his honor, one of his men was found dead.
And didn't they have any cause to suspect you?
That's just it. They did. At the banquet, I got into a fight with the man.
Henry of Lipa. I'm Henry of Skalitz.
I know Sir Hanish of Lipa. Was Sir Henry his father?
Indeed. He was on his way to Ratai to take charge of the fiefdom for young Sir Hans Capon.
Why did you get into a fight with him?
The fall of the House of Zalush was the work of the Lords of Lipa, and that fellow took great delight in reminding me of it.
And then what?
Nicholas began to pull strings. Several people came forward as witnesses to say they saw me with the fellow later that night.
Why would he have done that?
He wanted rid of me. We were both in love with the same lass, you see, and Margaret is his wife today. But back then, there was no question which of the two of us would win her. I was the huntsman of noble blood, and Nicholas was just plain Nick.
Yeah, alright, quit jerking yourself off.
Was clear.
About her father's preference, about her preference, dude.
What did Margaret think of you?
She took me for a fool. She only had eyes for Nicholas, but I didn't see it then. In the end, she could have saved me.
How?
She could have told the truth. After the banquet, I was with her. But when they asked her, she said she hadn't seen me that night.
Do you know who did kill the man?
No. He was found in a ditch with his neck broken. He could have tripped and fallen, all on his own.
And that never occurred to anyone?
It did. But some people swore they'd seen us jostling on the drawbridge, Of course, that was Nicholas's work.
How did you get out of it?
What leads you to imagine I did?
Your head's still on your shoulders, so you must have escaped somehow.
I'm alive. But my name and my family's name has been dragged through the mud. For me, that's worse than the sentence waiting for me.
If you say so. But you still managed to get away.
Well, it's true. I had the good fortune to escape from the dungeon.
Alright, so this man knew that Margaret had no interest in him at all, and he still went and told her to put a reef on her door and come meet him. And what's this loser doing?
An interesting story.
I can't complain of boredom. The question is, will anyone believe me?
I kinda don't believe you.
Even if I believed you, there's no proof. It all happened a long time ago.
I know. But if I didn't believe in my own innocence, I'd have to be crazy to have done what I did.
Why?
If I truly were guilty, why would I risk coming back to Bohemia? I could have died in peace as a rich man in the pay of the Jagiellonians. Only a fool would come back.
Nicholas took everything you had, regardless of your guilt or innocence. I'd say you have more than enough cause to want revenge.
I'm not like him. Anyway, you're right.
Yeah, bullshit. What are you doing here if you're not like him?
All I can give you is my word.
This is one of the most insane stories I've heard lately.
That doesn't surprise me.
But something tells me you're speaking the truth, Anakin Hare.
Thank you. And if you want to help me, come to the old mine gallery in Broad Woods.
I'll be there.
I have a plan, but I need some help.
Plan. I failed Hare Hunt. Are you kidding me? I wanted to just, like, hear him out, dude. Oh, well. It sounds like Nick needs to get fucking arrested, right? We're double-crossing. That's the plan. Fucking club this man to death myself if they don't give me an option. Alright, so what was I saying? Riddler challenges, they suck. You find a thing, you either have the tool you need for it or you don't, and like, when you do have the tool, it's like a non-puzzle, like, play Simon with some fucking buttons on the floor, or just timer, run across the buttons on the floor real quick, or there's multiple buttons, hit them and hit the right one, turn on detective vision, oh, it's that one. Here's the terminal, find the buttons to make it turn on detective vision, follow the wires. What's that, a steam vent? Throw a glue bomb at it. Okay, problem solved. Like, they're all just like one button solutions. You don't have to use any brain power whatsoever on them. And you got the guy, he just shit-talking you the whole time, talking about how smart he is, and how you're cheating. You know, like, there's clearly no other fucking solution. Thankfully, they're only the stupid challenges this time, though. Like, you don't have to take pictures of anything, you don't have to solve any actual riddles. Those are, like, the good ones, but they're also, like, the biggest pain in the ass. Because the picture-taking system barely functioned. So those ones are not in the game, and, like, thank you. Like, I actually did the Riddler just casually, because they were also baby dick easy. I didn't have to think about it. Right, forgot to mention, he's not actually the Riddler yet, he's just a hacker named Enigma. But when you complete his thing, he runs off. You don't arrest him, but he leaves behind a Riddler trophy. So he was either secretly the Riddler the whole time, and he was just fucking with you, or he, like, got so obsessed with fucking with you that he became the Riddler, and he, like, developed a prototype on Christmas Eve. There's a handful of things that can only be done after beating the game because of how it railroads you, like, 75% through it. You just get stuck on a path until the end where you literally can't stop and do anything else. So that was really stupid. Like, obviously I wanted to finish all the side content before going into the final mission, but you just couldn't. You just had to do some of it after beating the game.
So, what are you up to?
Working out how to get Nicholas's confession.
And how would you do that exactly?
Simple. I'll have him sign it. I've had the priest in Janowitz write me up a parchment. When Nicholas signs it, he'll admit to everything written down there.
How do you want to force him to do that?
He won't have a choice, or rather he will have, between his wife Margaret and the job of huntsman.
I'm not following this at all.
It's plain enough. We'll kidnap Margaret. That's to say,
oh, that was the plan.
Distract Nicholas. If he wants to see her again, he won't have any choice.
Kidnapping? That doesn't seem like much of a way to clear your name.
No. Take a look around you, Henry. Sigismund kidnapped Wenceslas, his own brother. And Divish was abducted by Medek of Waldeck.
True, but Sigismund and Medek kidnapped the men they wanted to bargain with. You're thinking of taking a man's wife who's done nothing to deserve it.
And what of it? Those others did it for money or power. I'm doing it to redeem my honor. And since you mentioned Margaret,
you have no honor,
she's not all
dude.
that innocent. I could have swung because of her.
But that confession's just a scrap of parchment with writing on it. What will happen to him after that?
That scrap of parchment is for Sir Divish and the provincial court. But we'll be generous to Nicholas and let him leave in peace before we deliver the confession to Townburg.
So Nicholas will go free, and you'll clear your name?
Hopefully.
So what do I need to do?
First of all, I need to steal Nicholas's hunting horn. I gave Lukash the job, but he hasn't managed it so far.
In all the confusion, I kind of forgot about it. I've got the horn.
I see. Good. That's one less thing I have to worry about. I'm sure Nicholas will recognize its sound from quite far off. I'll lure him out of the lodge at dawn.
And I'm meant to kidnap his wife while he's gone?
Of course it would be best if she went with you voluntarily, but if not, you'll just have to drag her with you.
I think I'm going to enjoy it.
Don't get too excited. Margaret isn't to be harmed. Understand?
Of course.
When you get her, bring her here. Then we can decide what's next.
All right.
Don't forget, tomorrow at dawn.
Raw.
Look out!
What is Straw doing here? Right, so I mentioned, like, random challenges. In addition to doing the side content, a couple of the auxiliary abilities are unlocked from doing challenges. Some of them are, like, traversal stuff, like, do the AR glide things, and then do gliding challenges, like glide a certain distance without touching the ground, reach a certain speed, dive this many meters, get to the top of this really tall building. Glide a certain distance while being just barely off the ground, which means get a bunch of speed and be close to the ground. I don't know, it's kind of advanced. And some of them are combat related, like you gotta do gadget attacks, do unique takedowns, whatever. Those ones are all simple enough to do. The ones that pissed me off and that I didn't finish were the Predator challenge related ones, because Predator things only happen during the story. And after you've done the story segment in a Predator room, that room will be empty for the rest of the game. Like, there's no way to get these things done if you just don't happen to trigger them as they're available. So they're, like, really freaking annoying to farm out. Some of them can be done, of course. Like, there's one where you just have to lure a guy with the Sonic Batarang, which was very hit or miss. I lured so many people with the Sonic Batarang, and it just never triggered because I don't know why. And then the last one I got stuck on was, like, I think it was probably number 7 or 8 out of, like, 15. Maybe even less than that, but you just had to do, like, 5 or 6 very specific stealth takedowns in a single room. And I swear to God, I did them. I did every single one on the list, and it just did not fucking proc. But because of all the specific ones they gave you on the list, like, those are things that require you to have a Predator room, or you're not going to get them done, even if they were hypothetically doable on, like, a rooftop or something, which they're not, because you have to do, like, vent and grate takedowns and, like, explosive gel takedowns, which means you need to have an explosive wall nearby. That's all stuff that you're only going to find in Predator rooms, but even if you still gotta do like 5 or 6 of them, which is generally more enemies than you're going to ever find out in the open world. Without it being a street brawl, which is, again, you're just not gonna get any of those things done for that. So that was an annoying system. I forgot to mention, it was made by WB Montreal, not Rocksteady, so, like, that's why things are a bit different design-wise. However, a lot of these design decisions, you can see, were carried over to Arkham Knight. Like, all these villain plot lines just being completely optional, and you getting rewards for completing them. And, this skill tree, like, at least the way it functions, is a bit different from how it worked in Arkham City, I guess. It's, I don't know, it's, like, simplified in a way, I suppose. Like, that felt rather similar. And what they introduced a fast travel system, which I believe was also available in Night. I don't really remember, because the Batmobile was super fast, and I just used that to fucking fly everywhere. You can just speed down the street and launch yourself out of it, and there you go, you're like Mach speed while gliding. It was pretty dope the whole time, but, you know, loading screen fast travel, we'll take it.
What's going on there? Hey,
anything. So how do I kidnap Margaret? Do I wait until she's asleep, or what? And maybe I should do that, because Henry needs to sleep. And it would also be pretty nice if I didn't have to redo all that stuff like a 5th time.
Sorry to disappoint you.
Right, the shock gloves. I didn't touch on those. They're not OP, I'll say that. They do add a little damage to your punches, but, like, they don't auto-kill anything, like, they're fine. They're basically just a devil trigger system, like, you have to charge them up before you can even use them, and that charge resets every fight, so you can't bank it and use it on a boss or whatever when they pop up. And you have to upgrade it, too, in the skill tree before it becomes a little broken. Basically, if someone's coming at you with a cattle prod, you can block it because you have electric gloves already. If someone's coming at you with a knife, you can block it because it's a knife or some bullshit, I don't know. If someone's got a shield, you can punch it instead of doing the stun takedown. Like, it just simplifies the fight. You don't have to worry about all these different types of counters for all the weapons. You can just punch guys. And it gives you a little breathing room, I suppose, in addition to slightly more damage. It does simplify things, but, like, it's not... You don't just get to use it instantly in every fight, you know? You still have to do a little work before they pop off. And they're a puzzle item too, but I'll say puzzles in quotes, it's stupid. You just, like, walk up to stuff and hold A. And you'll, like, charge up a generator or something. So, like, again, non-puzzles. Things really didn't feel too creative on that front whatsoever. It didn't make me combine my gadgets too often or anything like that. Jeez, I just... oh my god, my throat. I should totally point out that Bruce Wayne is, like, a total asshole in the game. Even Batman is just, like, really aggro. And, you know, the justification is that he's young. It's an early point in his career. He's still very angry. Still very edgy. And I just want to once again point out that, like, since that was a major complaint from the recent Batman movie, that's how it was, dog. Like, I appreciate it, I guess, but I also just thought that he was a dick. Which is okay, alright? It's okay to have a dick character. It's good writing in this case. Yeah, play it for the story. As the game, I think that it's, like, pretty underwhelming, though. But it's also not too long. Like, you just go through it. Considering that the Riddler thing is, like, anticlimactic, I recommend just, like, cutting that out, and you can probably get it done in, like, 10 to 15 hours, even. You save yourself a lot of time. Yeah, it was fine. It was like a candy bar. Got it for really cheap. Only took a couple days, and, yeah. It was not remarkable, but it was, like, not as stale as I was expecting. And I also got the Cold Cold Heart expansion for it, which is like an actual expansion, so I was a little impressed by it, to be honest. As in Arkham City and Arkham Knight even, the expansions were like, you do a couple rooms as some side character besides Batman, like you'd play Harley Quinn, or Robin, or anyone else. And, you know, you just go through, like, a linear dungeon, here's some Predator encounters, here's some free-throw bullshit. And that's it. This one has, like, the open world stuff still in it, you get some upgrades, there's side activities. And then there's a dungeon where most of it takes place. You have, like, a truncated version of the map, and, like, these side activities aren't, like, anything meaningful, you just, like, beat up guys on the street still, or you unfreeze cops. It's a Mr. Freeze expansion, if you couldn't tell by the title. So, you know, that was cool, right? I appreciated the effort, even if it was low effort. So what do you actually do? Well, Mr. Freeze shows up, he crashes Bruce Wayne's party. So you get to play as Bruce for a little bit, you get to explore the manor, which is cool. Still nobody, found out his identity, somehow. Just Batman conveniently shows up at the party once shit starts burning and freezing. Crawls out of the basement, no biggie. Party guests don't realize anything, even if one of them is Vicky Vale.
Hey! Huh.
What was that noise? What's going on there?
Nobody sees me. Right, so, like, that intro segment was cool, and then the open world stuff was but I appreciate its inclusion. Tasteful. I guess that the Batgirl expansion in Arkham Knight was kind of like that, too, like, just a little bit. It was a small amusement park, but there was, like, stuff to do. That was one of the better ones. Anyways, the Mr. Freeze fight sucks, I'll say that. And you gotta, like, lure him under icicles and knock them down above him. You do a few stealth kills before you are unable to stealth kill him anymore. Which, yeah, it's just frustrating, because these pillars don't respawn, and I'm not sure what you're supposed to do once you run out of them. And, like, in between him taking damage, he just fills the room with guys with guns. Everybody's got a gun for some fucking reason. That's just frustrating. It's a time sink. You get a pretty cool suit called the XE suit, and it's like a unique thing where you get a complete suit upgrade. It lets you walk through freezy gas, and you can also heat up stuff like melt ice and unfreeze people. And it turns your shock gloves into fire gloves. Now, the cool thing about this stupid open world content is that once you do it, you unlock those auxiliary abilities still. You don't level up the skill tree, it just defaults you to having all the abilities from the base game. But you do get bonus abilities on top of those, involving the XE suit, like putting fire elements on stuff. So, like, you can get flaming batarangs, and those are pretty sick. Yeah. I would have, like, gave it a pretty glowing recommendation if the Mr. Freeze fight wasn't kind of annoying. But otherwise, I still think it was, like, pretty high quality compared to their other expansions I played for the Arkham games, so still recommend, I suppose. However, you'll see a bunch of negative Steam reviews on the store page for that and all the other things for it, because if you choose to buy the expansions individually, you will pay significantly more than if you just buy the season pass. Which is stupid. They did another thing like that, Warner Brothers, with something recently during the same sale. If you bought like a collection from a franchise, it might have been for Fear, not sure, but you would pay like basically double the amount as if you just bought them all individually. If you chose to go for the collection instead and do it all in one purchase. Going the right way. I wish you could pull out a torch. Kind of going the right way. Yeah, I don't know. Someone on their marketing team needs to work on that shit. Because that's a straight up scam. They're just screwing people. Oh. As a total package, it's like okay. Definitely lower quality than all the other ones. Shorter. Silly design decisions. I should mention that this is actually a team that's working on Arkham Knight that is not Rocksteady either. So, like, having that in mind makes me just slightly nervous for how the game flow is going to be. Gotham Knights, I meant to say. One that's coming out. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what else that particular team worked on. They might have been formed just for that specific game. And at the time it came out, I definitely would have called it like a cash grab regardless of how different the map feels. But like, it was okay. It still had story value, just like gameplay-wise, things were lacking. But again, they did have some like decent ideas, I will say. They just weren't totally implemented properly. Also, the port of it is ass. I forgot to mention it. The game crashed all the time.
Good work, Henry. Now we have to act fast and sort out Nicholas. Are you alright?
So, I don't know, we'll give it like a 6. I mean, it was better than I was expecting, but it's still like, you can still absolutely skip it. It's not a big deal. It could have been a 7 because it's like that significantly okay, but the port was awful. So that loses the point. I can understand a bad port, but like years after the fact, if the port's still bad, they didn't bother to patch it, like, then they can suck me.
Well, I can't say I feel too good about it, but what else can we do?
Believe me, it gives me no pleasure either. But there's no other way. Take this confession. Go to Nicholas and make him sign it before you tell him where Margaret is.
Why don't you go to him?
I'm not complaining, but couldn't you go to him yourself?
Believe me, I'd rather not drag you into it at all. But if Nicholas sees me, he'll go straight for my throat before I get a word in. The only way to avoid bloodshed is if you go.
I see. Yes, you're probably right. What if he refuses?
You'll have to make him, one way or another.
Yeah, okay.
And what if he attacks me?
Then of course you'll have to defend yourself. If you knock some sense into him in a duel, all well and good, but don't forget we need him alive. So keep a cool head.
All right. Let's hope it doesn't come to that. I'll get to it.
Here's the document. Don't forget to tell him he should get the hell out of Talmberg before we take it to the castle.
Where would I find you?
I'll wait for you in the clearing. Be quick. I don't want to keep poor Margaret here any longer than necessary.
I understand.
Oh, that one lasted a bit longer than I thought it would. Probably would have been shorter if my throat wasn't killing me. That's just, what happens when you don't talk. You don't know what you're gonna sound like. Anyways. How are we doing on time? 2 hours, and we've got time. What did we play? Oh, right, I alluded to this one last time. Aron's Adventure. This is the indie as fuck RPG I mentioned. Is made by 2 men. They are Dutch college students. I believe they are in a game design program. So this is like a very video gamey feeling video game. If I had to like compare it to something, I would say it feels strikingly similar to the more recent Assassin's Creed RPG games. Aside from the combat being like a fair bit clunkier. It's got like the map objectives. It's got the loot chests that you don't have to pay for. You got all the colored junk you pick up and they make the sounds that make your monkey brain go yes. And there's like light stealth elements, there's light RPG elements. In addition to the gear crafting, you like have a small skill tree. And you get some Breath of the Wild-like abilities. Like in the first act, you get a bunch of things that you learn how to use, and use them on puzzles, and you can upgrade them just a little bit throughout the game. Looks like I have one. Hey. So, like, you know, obviously there's a fair bit of jank. I was expecting that, but I'm, like, weirdly surprised, maybe even a little disgusted with how much like a AAA game this feels, because, like, if this is what these guys learned how to make in school, that means that, like, the school is teaching people to make what we don't really like about what's going on currently in the industry, you know? That's not to say they didn't make a competent version of what they tried to make. Like, obviously they did. I respect the fuck out of it. And, like, if they put this in their portfolio, they would absolutely get a job at Ubisoft and work on the next Assassin's Creed game. They'd be the fucking lead developers, I'm sure. I don't know. I know it's like a totally backhanded compliment, but like, it's competent. We talked about Origins. I enjoyed Origins. I have Odyssey on my to-do list.
Have you seen my wife, Margaret? I'm sure something must have happened to her. I can't find her anywhere.
Yes, I've seen her.
Well, speak, where is she?
Hannikin Hare is holding her captive.
How do you know that?
Mwah, don't say that.
It makes no odds. Just listen to me.
What, you whoreson? Tell me where she is right now or you'll rue the day.
Bluster all you want, but if you ever want to see Margaret again, you better get a grip on yourself.
Where is she? Tell me!
Yeah, you scratch my back, and I'll scratch yours. Sign this parchment here, and I'll tell you what you want to know.
I, Nicholas Angel, do hereby confess... Conspiracy against Sir Hannikin Hare? Just in proper punishment? What? You must be out of your fucking mind. Never.
Have you no honor? Margaret's in danger.
Sign it if you cherish Margaret's life. I can't vouch for what Hare might do.
Hare's bluffing. He'd never harm Margaret.
I wouldn't be so sure. If you take a man's sweetheart, his home and his job, and leave him in the shadow of the gallows, you can't expect much mercy from him.
So, I have your word of honor we'll be allowed to leave.
I swear it. Neither Hare nor I will stand in your way.
There. Now tell me where my wife is.
There's an old
But you sign it with your shit?
south of here. Margaret is in there, alive and well.
I certainly hope so.
You gave the old thumbprint signature. Yeah, we're just gonna run on foot because the horse is scary at night, especially when you're in the woods. Right, so the actual game, it has voice acting. That was a surprise. It's not good voice acting. Like, normally I don't critique it, but obviously there's, like, varying levels of audio quality. I get that everybody can buy a beautiful Blue Yeti for, like, $100, and, like, it sounds pretty good, but it's still not studio mic by any means. And there's other stuff you gotta worry about, like the actual acoustics of the room you're recording in. Like, you know, there's quality issues. These are like just normal people. They're not professional actors. You won't recognize any of these voices. They just sound like normal people. I don't know. Like, obviously someone talking is supposed to sound like a normal person, but when a normal person talks in any piece of media, they have like a theatrical flair to it, I guess. Like, they're not normal people talking, they're actors. And, you know, you can see what I'm talking about in a game like Shenmue, where they literally cast just people who looked like their character models, rather than the other way around, where you make the character model look like the voice actor. They made the character and found random people on the street who looked like them. And that's why everybody, like, sounds so jank in that game. In Shenmue.
So, have you got it?
It's done. He signed it.
Voluntarily?
Yes. More or less.
Well, I'm glad it's been done without bloodshed.
And what now? Will you take the confession to Talmberg?
We'll go together. I need you to bear witness. I've been gone for years, and I'm not sure they'll take my word for anything.
Well, I hope they do believe you. Otherwise, we're both for the noose.
Don't worry. Divish won't forget our former friendship so easily. We'll wait until morning and then set off.
Right.
I don't know. I guess it's cool that it's there because, again, the developers were two Dutch college students, so they have not necessarily typos, but not perfect English in the subtitles. The voice actors don't always, like, match up with what's written. They speak more clearly, so I advise actually listening to them rather than reading. Damn it. I wanted to go to that tourney for money, but I also don't think I have money at the moment. I left it all in the chest.
Anakin Hare. I never expected to see you again.
It was the will of God that I returned.
You realize that Sir Henry of Lipa has never repealed his sentence against you. I'm duty-bound to arrest you and turn you over to the provincial court.
Perhaps. But will you read this first? Henry here is my witness that your master huntsman Nicholas signed it himself. This ought to change their minds.
It might. I'm sorry, Anakin. I always trusted you. But your guilt seemed irrefutable. Nicholas was very thorough. Oh, there's no doubting his own confession. Captain.
Yes, sir.
Have the Master Huntsman arrested.
That won't be necessary. I don't think they'll find him.
I understand. So, what's to be done with you now? Poaching and kidnapping the Master Huntsman's wife. You see my difficulty.
I know. I can't stay here. It's enough to know my name is cleared.
I'll have a letter drawn up to recommend you to the service of Sir Vincent at Vellish Castle.
Thank you, sir.
But if Nicholas has vanished and we're sending you to Vellish, then who's going to be my master hunter here?
Me, my lord. Give me the right to hunt.
There's one obvious candidate. Henry here. Help me bring Nicholas to justice. And he's no disgrace as a hunter.
Really? Well, what of it, young man?
Is that actually how I get my hunting rights? That's pretty sick.
It would be an honor, sir.
Good, good. Then I hereby name you Master Huntsman at Talmberg Castle. My chamberlain will tell you more about your new responsibilities.
Does the job pay?
Good luck to you, Hannigan.
Thank you, Henry. I could never have managed it without you. God willing, we'll meet again one day.
I feel like I did mostly good, but I also kidnapped a poor bitch. Not gonna call her a good woman. But she didn't deserve that.
You said something about a message? What was it?
There's an activity giver here. Duh? It's Sir Divish? Chamberlain?
God save you, good knight. What can I do for you?
God save Master Chamberlain. Here I am.
So I see. And what do you want from me?
I'm the new Master Huntsman. I was told to report to you.
Aha, yes. That whole business with Nicholas was, how shall I put it, rather unfortunate. Well, I won't keep you with the lamentations of an old man. Now, to your new duties. You're to supply the castle kitchen with game and protect the woods from poachers. Although there shouldn't be too many of those now.
No, I expect not. And when shall I start?
Right away. Sir Divish is planning to hold a banquet soon, and he wants venison for it.
All right, I'll get going right away.
By the way, the Master Huntsman should get a hunting bow and appropriate livery. You'll find everything in the lodge, which is also yours for as long as you hold the office.
I see. That's good news.
Yes. Nothing but good news. Run along now. Take care.
Oh yeah, brother. I got a house. Finally moved out of Peshek's basement. And, what, that little cow shed I was living in? Christ, no. Right, so the game... You play Aron, the silent protagonist. I guess he was adopted because that's progressive thinking. I don't know, you go through like a quick little childhood segment. You're like a small lad and you get spooked in the market and you run away, and it's how you learn camera and movement controls. It was silly. Then you go to your actual hometown a little bit later, and you do combat training, traversal training. You learn how to jump on stuff and sneak up on your dad, and he gives you a sword. And he's like, "Yo, go beat the fuck out of this fox." And he gives you a bow too. It's pretty cool. After that, you do a little time lapse. You're grown up. And a star has fallen from the sky. In the past, you get like an intro cinematic, I guess. They call them eyes, the stars, the eyes watching from above. But a bunch of them fell at some point, and everyone who touched them became a superhuman. They got superpowers, and they became immortal. And they became like, you know, neutral defenders of the earth. They didn't get involved in politics, but, you know, they just helped people. They're called Sentinels, and people didn't like them, so they eventually all got murked. And no more stars fell from the sky for a good while. So this was like a rare occurrence. They call you the last one. Anyways, while all of them were getting murked, one of them was like, hey, fuck the humans. So he turned bad, and the rest of them, like, turned themselves to stone or some bullshit to seal away the bad guy for a while. But that seal was broken when this new star fell, so now you need to use your powers to stop the bad guy who is now unleashed, because all the other Sentinels are gone. Gabish? Okay, well, as soon as you eat your powers, a freaking dragon comes and burns down your town, kills your parents, and, yeah. You get connected with the old leader of the Sentinels, Ghost, I guess, and she, like, helps train you, gives you some new powers that you go to caves to collect. The powers are stuff like, an assassin's rush air dash attack you can do, a ground slam for AoE. You can slow time and do rapid fire arrows, like you fire 3 at once, like a freaking machine gun. And also a teleport arrow, which has you do like a strong-ass melee attack after warping to your opponent, which is also used for platforming stuff. That was a pretty cool ability, actually. Oh yeah, you also get a horse. They teach you how to ride a horse, and you can, like, buy other horses that are decorated differently, though they don't have their stats don't differ too much. Ash hunting bow. Current one of you. Mine's better. Got arrows in here though. It's pretty cool. Cool to see it. A hazel one. 100 clubs. Joy of gutting. Haven't read this one yet. Treasure map. Hell yeah, brother. You got the van braces. There is equipment in here. Could sell these nice bows. Just sell them. We should sleep first, actually. Where is my bed? The attic. The bed icon on the compass. That's what I'm looking for, but... That's my bed? Not a proper bed in the freaking Master Huntsman's Lodge? Oh well. So that's all you get for like the first act of the game. It's like a big open world-ish map. And, you know, there's crap to do. There's the oddly named crafting encounters, which are just like tough fights, and they drop rare materials. There's some camps you're supposed to liberate. When you go to the town, there's like a notice board, kind of like The Witcher. You just click on it, and it gives you all the side quests at once. You don't have to pick them individually. And you go talk to the people for the side quests, do the things that they want. So there's like a handful of those on the map as well. And there's some horses to buy. There's a forge to craft new equipment. Now the equipment system. This is actually a little interesting. So in the first act, you're limited to only either using a sword and shield or a great sword, which damage-wise they seem comparable. It's really just the moveset that you have to consider. The shield isn't like that big of a deal. It slightly reduces damage, but it's not a full block. So it doesn't matter. I preferred the great sword because it is better at crowd control. Which, you know, combat's a little jank, so crowds are obviously a big issue. One-on-ones are kind of hard to do too, but crowds especially. Anywho, right, so when you collect your materials, you just spend them to craft your things. You have a couple recipes unlocked for some brave basic stuff, and then there are bows that you can craft eventually, but the first bow you get, you actually just buy from the trader, which is weird. But the armor, this is the interesting part. They have, like, recolors of all the armors, right? Like you'll have a red and blue one and an orange and yellow one, and you know all the different colors you can think of. There's a big list of them, and they'll all have different defense values. So when you make your armor, it'll roll you a color, and you might get some that has significantly less or significantly more than what you were expecting from what you crafted, because it'll give you like the average number when you click on the thing to craft, but you can end up with a lot more, a lot less. And that might mean that the previous tier of armor, if you got like the best version of it, is a little better than what you end up crafting from the next tier. And it encourages you to craft the thing multiple times, rather than just being one and done. Which means that all the shit that you're gathering actually keeps getting used. I think it's actually a really good thing. Also, some of the recolors just look genuinely better than some of the others. They're like tastefully done. Now on the jank side of things, midway through the game, you unlock combo attacks. That is to say, timing your attacks properly will trigger new combat moves that do more damage. And there's like a handful of them for each weapon type, which there are sword and shield, single-handed sword, two-handed sword, twin blade, and dual daggers. So that's 5 different weapon types. And they all have their own different move sets. They all feel very different from one another. You pick which one you like the best. I went with the twin blade ultimately, because it was both fast and did area attacks. Though it had the least developed move set. Not that it really mattered, because again, it attacked fast. It did what I needed it to. But yeah, for the whole first act, it's just like, it doesn't matter what the timing of your attacks. You can just spam them out. There is a light and a heavy attack, but the heavy attack takes pretty long, so unless you're like step back and charge it up while the guy runs at you, you're probably not going to land it. Elf. Daggers. Place from armor. Kind of useless, but still kind of cool. Dog person. Dogs won't bark at you or attack you unless you step on them. Attacks. Interesting. Third stronger for behind attacks. And it's rare, but might as well. Hit 2 Brute. Well, the first map is kind of like one of the biggest ones in the game. That's how it felt, at least. Maybe because progression was like a little slow at that point, like you're still unlocking your abilities and stuff, which doesn't happen on the other maps, really. But, you know, considering that more core mechanics are unlocked later on, I don't think that that was the best idea to make the first map so long. Like, they need to get your full kit quicker than that, in my opinion. But, you know, getting this stuff was fun. Getting skill points, though, is a little weird in that, they're like memories that you can interact with around the map. And doing those will increase your max stamina and give you a skill point, usually. Skill points of varying amounts. There are also sometimes skill point pips you can find in the more linear levels. You know, you dump those in your tree, obviously. You love the tree. I forgot to mention there's an explosive arrow. It's not like an ability you pick up, and you can only hold, like, 1 at first. You can hold up to 3 max. You craft those. Those are pretty dope, but they have a skill tree associated with them, too. Oh, and the stab ability, that's one that you start with, which is pretty useless at first. Because it's just like a really antiquated attack. It does a little more damage, but like, it's not worth the time it takes. You usually get yourself hit doing it. But if you do it from stealth, it's a stealth kill. And you can eventually upgrade it to allow stealth kills mid-combat if it does enough damage, I guess. I don't know. Some enemies are marked as weaker and can be auto-killed by it too, I guess. Husk, awful. What is awful? Let's look it up. Let's learn something. Awful. Oh, it's something awful. I want to say this is like refuse meat, like what you put in a hot dog. Variety meats, plunk or organ meats, is organs of a butchered animal. Alright, so more than just the muscle meat. Like, this is hearts, this is livers, and this is intestines, so... I was half right. I'm sure a lot of that stuff does end up in a hot dog. More damage to animals. Healthy in the woods. Raw foods won't spoil so fast. That's pretty good, actually. Where's that deer I just downed? There it is. See you soon, bitch. Hunting arrow, hide, 62. Dog. Homie ain't even trying to dodge me. Woo. First try, that was a different deer, I swear. Hunting arrow. Right. So I needed 90, and I just picked up 62. So 28. Red deer meat to the Townburg Chamberlain food. Roe deer. Fuck! It's okay when I do it, because I'm the master huntsman. Nobody's paying me for roe, so nobody's gonna eat it. What is this? Am I back in the town? Yes, I am. Why does it tell me it's a deer hunting spot if all that was around it was roe? Do they have to have antlers for it to be deer? Right, balancing. Not good. Because of how little gear variety there is, and, like, weapon variety, like, you feel underpowered as fuck when you start, you scrounge up some resources eventually, make a good weapon, and then, like, things are either too easy or they're still kind of bullshit. Depending on what gets thrown at you. In the first area, it's not so bad because you're fighting all human enemies mostly, but then they start throwing in monsters that can just, like, one-hit you, or they're, like, really big, or they have way too much health, and, like... things get a little more complicated. There are many fights where you just kind of run around and chug potions and do a dash attack whenever you get whenever you get a chance, or you charge up the heavy while they walk towards you, like I was explaining before. So, you know, I was honestly enjoying it for that whole first act of the game, and even, like, a bit into halfway through, but, I don't know, probably towards the back end of the second big exploration map, I was a bit more on the side, and I was, like, pretty done with the game by the back end of the third exploration map, which honestly didn't have, like, that much content in it. It was just kind of a lot of walking. It was definitely smaller too, but you know, I don't want to say that that was as big a time period as the first one by any means. It went by quick enough. Yeah, the guys aren't professional writers. They were just trying to show off what they learned in school, I suppose. Like, they made some low poly art. They made a game. They're in game designing programs, so they design decisions are what matters, not necessarily how well the game performs or how it looks or whatever. And on that front, I said it felt very professional, very AAA standard stuff. But again, like, they're not professional writers, so, like, don't play it for the story, and, like, with the mediocre voice acting, it makes it hard to take things seriously anyways. Still, it was funny sometimes, in a good or a bad way, sometimes both. There's platforming. I forgot to mention platforming. When you become a sentinel, you, like, get your jump height increases, and you also unlock a double jump. Kind of like what happens in Divinity 2. When you become a Dragon Knight, finally, you unlock the double jump. Not really a double jump, you just kind of jump higher and your character does a flip when you hold the A button. And it makes platforming a lot easier. You get in other areas, whatever. There's treasure to find to associate with the platforming, and some of the rifts that you open up will be like combat challenges, and a lot of them will be platforming challenges. Where you just see like weird shit floating in the air and you have to try and land on it, and then you have to get to a skeleton hiding somewhere. Those can be fun, but some of them are also incredibly frustrating because sometimes the weird shit is in fact weird shit and it's like really difficult to land on. What the fuck happened here? Someone get stoned? Ugh. I'm not finding any deer. Any roe. The game wasn't too long. I'd say it was probably around the 15-20 hour range too. Just like Batman, so like... You know, I was saying last time, it's like the dream to make the big open world RPG like this, right? It's like one of the hardest kinds of games you can possibly make. And these two guys went for it straight out of school, and you know what? They made a thing. They made a functional thing. It, like, kind of has some good ideas, but even though there is plenty of jank. But, to be fair, every game in the genre has a fair amount of jank. Almost every game. You have some gems like The Witcher 3 and Venus of Aumor, but, like, otherwise, you got Gothic and Risen, whatever. As its competition, and honestly, it holds up against them for the most part. Even Gothic has really shitty voice acting. Still, I just need like more world interaction. There was really nothing for you to do aside from kill shit. What is there to say, like... It was just fine, alright? Like, I respect what they did, like, that's what I'm trying to get across. It was cool, it was over-ambitious, but they did in fact do it, and I respect the fuck out of that. But it's also not, like, something that I would recommend. Like, you can pick it up on a sale if you're interested in checking it out. But... like, it's just okay. I'm normally pretty harsh on these games, despite, like, playing all of them and enjoying them, usually. Like, they always get, like, a 5 or a 6 from me. So this is probably on the lower end of that. We're looking at, like, a 4 or 5 range. But it's a 4 or 5 to be proud of. Like, it's for your first attempt at something straight out of school with 2 people, something that you were, like, way out of your league trying to make. You know, you fucking did it. That's what's gotta be said. And, you know, again, they put it in their fucking resume, their showcase. I lead director on next Assassin's Creed, baby. That's what you're getting. Because what you've made is comparable to what they've made. Finally found a single deer. Get that to the castle. But, you know, I said the same thing about Elix. Like, I said I didn't know why I started. I especially didn't know why I finished it. I gave it, like, way too more time than it deserved from me. And I think I gave that, like, a 6 question mark. Maybe a 5, but... You know, I wasn't super jazzed about my experience with Elix. I said that I probably wouldn't have recommended that either. But I still played it, and I'm still probably going to play Elix 2 at some point in time. So, like, you know, I don't want to sound like I just shat on it. But, you know, it's about par for the course, in my opinion. Just wish there was, like, more to actually do other than hit shit. Get out of my fucking way, holy shit, fuck you. You walked into my horse. Yeah, I guess that's that. Now, who actually cared about anything that I just said? That's the real question. You want me to flex when I tell you I'm a gamer because I play stuff like that? Kingdom Come? Nah, this is normie shit. This is normie shit that's also pretty niche. Where is this man? Is he not in the castle? No, he's nearby. He might be in the kitchen.
Good health to you, Henry.
Hope that pussy ain't still sore, B. See you later. Who's this guy? Hey, hello. Sneaky devil.
God be with you.
I brought that game.
Good, good. Here's your reward. I have another job for you. Sir Divish wants venison goulash. Can you take care of that?
Certainly.
See you later.
Venison goulash? Or meat. Okay, okay. I thought goulash was like a stew. And venison... I think that's just what you call game meat, which game meat is like stuff that we typically hunt. It's not domestic animals that have been, raised to be fatty by eating only grains and other GMO'd stuff. Usually got a bit of stink to it, but it all tastes relatively the same, like deer and rabbit, squirrel. However, considering that we're hunting a boar, is boar venison if it's just ham? Pork and ham? It would have been really cool if it marked all the hunting spots in these here woods for me. As soon as I became huntsman or I picked up a map for it, But it did not. A couple hunting spots, but nothing for me. Here's one. No, okay, I remember the next one. Alright, Yoku's Island Express. Yoku, I don't know how to pronounce it. It's like Y-O-K-U. Something like that. So. This game, you play a little cute dung beetle boy. You roll around a rock ball. And you float it onto the island on summons to become the new Master Postman. And you control pinball machines, I guess. That must be your power as postman or some bullshit. So, it is like a side-scroller. You can move your character around, but you get to some screens and there will be paddles. And you use the triggers and they flip the paddles. Sometimes they're pushers, sometimes they're paddles, and there's environmental stuff that you hit, like the bouncers. And, every screen is just a pinball machine, right? And then you use the stuff to do platforming, essentially. I love pinball. Everybody loves pinball. So... The thing is, these are all, micro pinball machines. There's nothing in the game that's, too intricate. Which was a little disappointing, honestly. I was expecting to have a dungeon that's just, a straight pinball machine. You get your points and you get a key and that opens up a door and you gotta smack yourself up there and you get a new screen. And you go through, 4 of those and you got a boss at the top one that can knock you down to the next thing, maybe. And that just doesn't happen. There are bosses, but it doesn't work quite like that. These are just micro machines, and you gotta, time your flips to smack things at very specific angles. Which, they seem like they're hard-locked angles. It's pretty easy to predict where things are gonna go most of the time. It's just not always easy to get your ball where it needs to be without it falling into the gutter and having to relaunch. I think we're on the right side of the river now. Oh, yeah, it's a Metroidvania. You got an open island, there's fruit to collect all over, little side tasks to do, little collectible wickerlings. They're just little woodmen, I guess, and you burn them for good luck at some point. It's related to getting the true ending of the game, because you get the last one during the final boss fight, so, like, it encourages you to keep exploring, I guess. I don't know. With the core mechanic of it being pinball, just the fact that everything's a micro machine and there's just not like a ton of depth to any of the screens, kind of pulled a little bit of the enjoyment out. Like, it was fine. It was a unique idea and it was charming. It didn't last too long, so it was cool. I just wish that there was more actual enjoyable pinball in there. You do get a couple abilities. Some of them are like pinball augments, like you hit a thing and a thing will drop, and that might be like a kickback to block the gutter, so if you hit the gutter you bounce back instead. Or there's like this little llama thing that shits out fruit and leaves a trail everywhere you go, and then you can like retrace your steps to get a ton of money real quick. Or they might be more traditional abilities, like the explosive slug vacuum, which lets you pick up a stage hazard. And you can blow up stuff blocking paths with that, or you can, like, blow your whistle, which is another upgrade. To detonate it yourself and trigger a jump, maybe change the direction of your ball mid-flight. Only a few upgrades. I don't want to spoil all of them, but, you know, you get a handful of things like that. The whistle isn't actually a whistle. It's like one of those party blowers. It goes, ah! And you can, like, be annoying and spam that. It's kind of funny. There's even an achievement called, okay, that's enough, when you do it, like, 100 times. I need 90 of this too, right? Yeah. Ooh, cool. Let's see, it's first they tell you to get to the postman's office so you can actually get your job, right? And you run into, like, some kind of sea creature, and once you give him a mushroom, that sends you off on a little side diversion. That's, like, the first part of the game. I think there's a demo for it. It probably ends once you give the mushroom to the guy. There are 2 mushrooms you can get, actually. One of them's poisonous, so there's a choice in it for you. Like, you do that, and then there's, like, another short area leading up to the actual post office, and from there, you're given the actual task of the game. Apparently, the god of the island has been attacked. And you need to gather the leaders from 3 different tribes to come and do a healing ritual for them. So that sends you to, like, 3 other biomes and, you know, a couple other areas in between. We're looking at about 4 to 5 areas total to explore. They're all, like, compartmentalized with their collectibles. You can purchase or find trackers. So the completion is relatively easy. I say relatively because there's one thing that's just really stupid, for the only achievement I didn't get, which is to activate all the scarabs. Which are like things on the pinball boards you will maybe hit a button, or you'll go down a specific path, or you have like these spinny wheels that spin every time you hit a flipper, and then you need your ball to touch the light like 4 times, and when it's spun in different positions. All kinds of stuff like that, and you just do them like 3 or 4 times, and that'll activate the scarab, and it'll shit out a ton of money. Brute money. And you're just... There's not a lot of stuff to spend the money on. There's a lot of wallet upgrades you can find while exploring. But there's not much to do with that money, so like you won't necessarily be going out of your way to activate these unless you want the achievement. And there's nothing tracking which ones you've activated and which ones you haven't. If you've been away for a while, they'll reset. The light doesn't stay on if you've done it before. There is a tracker once you have like 10 of them left, but that's not much use if you're...
Greetings, Henry.
If you missed like more than 10, you have to redo the whole game looking for these things.
I brought that game.
So with the exception of the scarabs, I say it's an easy complete. But because of those, it's... Just play it.
Here's your reward. Before you go, one more thing. Lady Stephanie has expressed a desire for deer kidneys in cream sauce. Take care of it.
With pleasure.
See you later.
Deer kidneys. I think that means I need to get the awful perk. Shit. Did I get money for that? Yeah, I got some. I guess that means I should just shoot animals whenever I can until I level up my hunting more. There's gotta be more stuff we can do, though. And there's no task here in the town yet. Playing with the devil still active? I think. No, it is. It is. Cool. We are going to make a stop at the hut and save, I suppose. Maybe read a book. Read the hunting book. Just gotta grind out money. Oh yeah, we gotta talk to, Smid. The merchant right here, you can sell him the bows, maybe.
I'm glad to see.
Can we trade?
If you've got... God be with you.
When you got 50. There's a map. Oh, oh. I don't know. You want like a skin? The only hide I have, like a 4 hide's worth a lot more. You have a single skin.
Let's talk about the price.
Well... See now,
Hell yeah, brother.
Yeah.
So, and the game's kind of short, there's not a lot of upgrades, not a lot of depth to the pinballs. You know, the story's cute, but it's not gonna blow your mind. There's not really anything to spoil there, which is why I really don't want to spoil what all the content is. Because that's the fun part, I suppose. The side quests are surprisingly rewarding for the most part. You usually get something good out of them, like an upgrade. Even just doing the small things like, you know, you're a mailman, there are mailboxes around the island. If you deliver to all of them, you get a badge which will increase your move speed. Pretty sick. Or there are like little dice you can collect, and you can mix the dice together to get unique patterns on your ball. No, ultimately I just stuck with the ball of shit that you unlock.
What the hell was that?
Right, okay, so one of the upgrades, I do need to spoil it because I don't like it very much. You get a sootling pet, right? A sootling's just like a ball of soot, right? And it's just a little fuzzy boy. And you put a leash on him and you feed him to carnivorous plants, which means you are now attached to a leashed creature in a plant, which means you are spinning in the air, yay. And that means that you have to, like, fling yourself at shit, and it's too fast, okay? Like, yeah, it's somewhat easy to predict the angles, but it's too fast to do it reliably. You just end up missing by a split second. You get yourself flung in the complete other direction. And sometimes you have to chain these things together, so it can just be a pain in the ass at times. It was a cool mechanic, but there's not enough there to assist you in making it actually work smoothly. And I found that to be some of the most frustrating parts of the game. Again, I just wish there was more stuff to spend the money on. There's no point to it. You can buy a couple of the trackers, a couple of upgrades I think are bought. Occasionally you will find like secret launchers that'll get you into areas with collectibles that you need to purchase. To unlock, Tell you what, bruv, we're gonna sit down and read that book first, and then we'll sleep through the dark. Couple skill books I can read, actually. The one I need. Same thing as the other one, doesn't it? The music was really good and the art style is pretty, right? I think it's all hand-drawn. It looks kind of like cutouts. The pop-up book. Definitely layered, at least. Yeah, music's chill. It's like island music, you know, maracas and bongo drums. Occasionally you'll have like Hawaiian sounding guy chanting. Animals are cute. There's like cats inside fish. Stuff like that. And it's cute, but I also read these books really fast already. Yeah. The game's not overly complex, and that's probably my issue with it. I just wish there was more to it. No, for what it was cool. It was a unique idea. I'd like to see them expand upon it. I wish there were more upgrades in the game. Again, more stuff to spend money on, like more upgrades maybe. Optional upgrades even. Even just more cosmetics, like Yoku doesn't have any costumes, she's just a naked beetle with a bag. Like, you could have used something. Yeah, I enjoyed it for what it was, but I was a little disappointed, too. Again, I really do love pinball. I play pinball all the fucking time. So, it did not meet pinball standards. Overall just good though. It gets somewhere between a 7 and an 8. Like, maybe if you're not as a pinball snob as me and isn't that little taste of disappointment, you've got yourself an 8 because it's pretty competent. And it's cute, you know, it's just a pleasant thing to play. But, you know, just a little disappointment coupled with the fact I'm moderately annoyed about the scarab hunting achievement that I could not be fucked to finish. Yeah, I'm giving it a personal 7. You know, I don't normally go out on my way to complete games, but like when it's that easy, when it just comes naturally as you play, I'd maybe do put in a little effort, and then when I fail last minute like that, it's just disappointing. Like, yeah, I completed Dragon Quest XI, I did everything in that, but there wasn't much to do that wasn't just me exploring the game naturally for the most part. You kind of had to go out of your way for some of the side quests, but I for the most part did most of that pretty naturally, and I liked reading the things that wasn't like too out of the way. Yes, it did take a very long time, but I didn't mind that. And like, What, Ghost of Tsushima? That felt natural. I just did that. Spider-Man PS4, that felt natural. I just did that. But yes, I do complete games relatively often, but like, it's not my MO. It's not what I'm going for. It's just hard to not let it sour my opinion a bit when it was that close to making myself feel good. Oh, right, there's one other weird quirk. So I said you get the last, or well, at least one of the last Wickerlings during the final boss fight. Obviously, it doesn't have to be the last one for you, but it was for me, because, again, I want to do everything before I fight the boss, because that's how you do it. But no, you had to wait until the boss fight to get into the area where this last thing was hidden. Not hidden, you just get pushed right into it, honestly, but whatever. So that means you kill the boss, you watch the credits, you go back into the game, keep playing a little. And then because that was the last thing I need to do in this whole game, I go cash in, burn the Wickerling, do the final thing, and it gives you a short dialogue that was really unsatisfying, to be honest. Like, the creature that came out was cool. We met a cool character. And they just said, hey, congratulations, now come with me. And then you fly off and you watch the credits again. And the credits are unskippable. Unskippable credits that you watched, like, basically 5 minutes after you just watched the normal credits. Come on, guys, why you do that to me? That was no bueno. Huh? I couldn't even see the rabbit anymore, but I feel like unlocking the arrow. Would have been cool if he died. I'm out of arrows. Not actually out of arrows, though. Like another 30 of these things. Oh, you know what? Small inconvenience, but when you pick up the bomb slugs, that changes the shape of your ball because they stick to your ball, and that like completely breaks the physics sometimes. Or if you're trying to squeeze through a narrow hole, you just won't be able to because your ball is now too fat. And that's really shitty. There are also some puzzles that require you to go into the pinball machine, grab one of the slugs, make your way out of it, and then like run over to this area real quick. Maybe get on a launch pad and shoot yourself up, and then blow the thing, and hope that the slug is in the right position for the kickback to launch you into this little corner out of the way. And the slug is on a timer before it blows up itself. And those were really, really shitty. I hated those. Player stats strength. Or I don't feel like I ever am going to sprint to an opponent, so maybe I should just go with Stronghold. It's kind of cool. With that, and might be maxed out in strength. No, we're close though. 20 is the max. Headshot. Strikes to the head are 5% more likely to knock out, and then kind of cool. Wait, like with all weapons? Stamina is increased. Bonus to marksmanship. Accuracy? These are all confusing, the way they're worded. I will go with this one, because if it's memes what it means, then that's fire. I've gone through this whole freaking water bottle, I still got a horrible throat, dog. So, I did one more game. Ys Memories of Celceta, which is the PlayStation Vita remake of Ys 4, Mask of the Sun, which was like an 8-bit game. It wasn't even on the TurboGrafx, I don't think. I don't know what system it originally came out on. Probably freaking PC or something, Commodore 64. It's that old. So, you know, remake needed. Why'd they change the name from Mask of the Sun to Memories of Celceta? I have no idea. But the gameplay was also completely overhauled from the original bump combat to something resembling the more recent games, 7, 8, 9. Which have very good combat systems, but this is like an early prototype of it, I guess. I don't know if the game came out before or after 7, but people have a pretty positive opinion of 7, and I think that this one's kind of jank. So I would like to think that it came out before and they hadn't figured everything out quite yet. But yeah. You know, I've played Origin 1, 2, both in Felghana, which is a remake of 3, and I've also played 8, so I'm trying to work my way through them. I don't think there's a port of 5 available yet. It's 5 or 6, one of them that's missing. It's kind of annoying. You know, story-wise, does not matter, right? These are all individual journeys for the most part. 1 and 2 are connected, but they're also sold together. This one serves as a bit of an origin story for Adol, the protagonist. And that you're recovering his memories. He lost them in the forest. The mysterious forest. Yeah, he has amnesia, and you recollect your memories, and when you get them, you get, like, little stat boosts, as well as a cutscene. So, while it's technically set, you know, chronologically ahead of the other ones, like, just, it happens after Oath and Felghana, I guess. I don't know the exact chronological placement, but, you know, it's after the first 2 games, at least, where it all started. It still might be a good one to play first, I don't know. Just because it does more to establish Adol as a character rather than just a self-insert blank silent protagonist. You feel? So I said it's a Vita port. Normally I'm like a little surprised by the quality of Falcom's games. Like, they definitely have a low budget. They look like they're a generation behind. They look like PS3 games, you know? But I don't know, I think this one's just kind of a shitty port. Like, the game has crashed on me a couple times. You have a fucking out-of-game settings menu because it was originally made for the Vita, which of course doesn't have settings. You have touchscreen controls. No controller support, which is a really odd one, considering that the other games do. So you have to play with the keyboard and mouse, and you click on stuff to fight, but also it has touchscreen controls. So while you're fighting, if you happen to click in the direction that you're trying to swing, but that direction's also in the direction of the mini-map, there's a decent chance you're going to click on the mini-map and open up the map screen. Or if it's down by the bottom with your health, you might open up the item menu. And that happened to me very, very frequently. It was rather annoying. Also, there's no, like, in-game mouse cursor. You have the hardware mouse cursor, just a little white mouse. It's on your desktop. Which feels cheap. Feels annoying. Friggin' my game, you don't even really use the mouse, only when you pause the game and you're in the menus, and I still put in a custom mouse cursor because it only takes a couple minutes to make one. It's literally like a 50 by 50 pixel image, that's all you need. Doesn't take long. Whether you make it like a sword or a little glove or something. Like, that's all you gotta do. It doesn't even have to animate, just anything to remind me that I'm not playing a computer. God, I just so inaccurate. I know I can be selling some of this meat. The issue is to who. Right, so. Port slightly jank. Gameplay suffers for it, of course. However, this is, again, like this similar combat system you've come to know from 7 onward. So, you've got your flash evasion. That was called? I don't remember. Flash move. Where you dodge last minute and it gives you like it slows time, gives you an invincibility window. And the flash guard, which turns all your attacks into crits for a few seconds if you block in the last second. And you got your attacks with the abilities. You wait a second, you do like a power attack that gives you your mana back to cast more abilities. The abilities level up when you use them. You get more experience for getting kills with abilities or for killing the enemies while they're airborne, of course. There's standard leveling up as well as getting new gear. This one has proper gear crafting compared to 8, where it was more linear. You'd find upgrade materials and just upgrade your weapons with them. Like rare upgrade materials, I mean, you'd find it in like a legendary chest and you'd get 1 piece of ore and you can use that on a thing, you know. This one's like, no, you get to a new town, they have a new tier of equipment, and you can dump all these random shit into it to make it stronger. Which I'm not sure how I feel about. Because the upgrade cap on it is so very high, it makes it so... kind of like an Elden Ring. You get the next item, like, and you just don't want to use it until you've dumped a significant amount of materials into it. Because your old thing might be a bit better. But then you're putting yourself at a bit of a disadvantage. So you end up not investing in either one, because you're just going to save up for the next one, right? And upgrade that one instead. Which will leave you feeling just underpowered for large swaths of the game. Unless you're into grinding, then go nuts. It's not even the materials that are the issue, it's money. You know, like, how do you get the money? I don't know. You can't really sell stuff like that. You can exchange materials for higher tier materials rather than spending money, which is nice, but getting the actual coins, that's the hard part. However, when you're in dungeons, you may end up opening a chest and, like, yeah, you just bought the iron sword, but this one has an iron sword plus 7 in it with, like, freezing and fire effects as well. Freezing, fire, and poison all in one, wow. And, you know, it's hype when you get that, but then sometimes you actually upgrade your thing and then you open the chest and it's like, oh, is worse than the thing I made. I could have just not made my thing, saved the materials for the next tier, and used this thing. And that's like a little moderately frustrating. No, I'm not sure how I feel about that. It's not like it wasn't hype when you just got the rare piece of orb before. Like, that system worked just fine. And, you know, if you want to give me, like, fat loot so you can give me a costume or something, or even, like, a potion to increase my stats, those are always hype. In fact, the rare ore system does still exist in a way. Towards the end of the game, there's some, like, hard enemies you can kill in their guarding chest that contain sunstones, and you bring them to a special blacksmith, and they make you the ultimate weapons. Which can still be upgraded, but, like, just these weapons alone are going to be stronger than anything else in the game. And they come with a piece of ultimate armor as well, made with the remains of the stone, I guess. So, you know, it's a twofer. And, you know, something like that was just better than finding the weapon itself in the chest, I guess. Right, we're still talking about the combat system. I just want to tangent about the crafting. You got the 3 attack types, blunt, slash, and pierce. You got 2 characters for each one. You swap out party members on the fly. You can switch to play the different party members. They're all pretty fun. They all feel slightly different, though not quite to the degree of a Tales game. And enemies all have a weakness. Most of them have a weakness, I mean, so you just benefits you to play whichever character they're weak against. And, you know, it encourages you to keep switching who you're playing. Maybe not dump all the stat boost potions into the main character, because you're going to be playing everyone. It shows that you're upgrading everyone's gear equally. You can only have a party of 3 at a time, but you can switch them out in the menu as long as you're not in combat. And the 2 people do follow you around and fight just a little. They don't attack nearly as much as you could if you were playing them, but, like, they do something, especially when they do an ability. It's useful. So it's good to have them there. They don't really do much to defend themselves, but they also can't die, so... could be better, could be worse. Like, they lose health, and if you switch to them, then they might die when you switch them and they only have 1 hit point left because they've just been getting wailed on the whole time. But there's nothing you can do about that, really. But they just won't die if you leave them alone and don't switch to them at all. The game was pretty big. I think it maybe took me 30 hours. And it was still fast-paced, and I was honestly on the shorter side compared to 8, but it was also a Vita game, so of course it's going to be a bit shorter. Though, to be honest, I've been playing the game on and off for like a year at this point, so The jank was obviously not doing it for me. I was okay with it being shorter. See, in the towns, there's like a quest board you can look at, and you have to go talk to people to pick up the things. Before it registers in your log, you have to remember what was written on the board first and find that character first. And then it'll appear in your quest log. Which is just moderately inconvenient, but if you don't do these in between major events, you don't go back to every single town and check all the boards, you will end up missing these side quests. Which sucks, because sometimes there's fat loots associated with them. Never gonna get unleveled hunting. My hunting skills. Price. At level 13, so we will get a perk, and we need that to get the awful. I really wish I knew that I would need the awful.
Have you lost something?
You've lost your wallet. User. Let's see, the story was okay. I said Adel has amnesia, so you just wake up in the first town and you gotta figure out what's going on. There's a guy who's been watching you. He's an informant named Durin. He's your first party member. And you learn more about him towards the end of the game. But, he strings you along for a while. You get a job to explore this, unexplored forest that takes up most of the island that you're on. It's like everyone who goes in there gets lost or something, and they just come out with no maps, so the place hasn't been mapped in centuries. It's not like this is a newly settled place. We're like, oh, you're the famous Adel, you can do this. And like, oh, I guess I am. So you get, if you go back to the mayor periodically, you'll get rewards for percentage explored. Pretty cool. But for like half the game, that's just the driving force. You're just aimlessly exploring until you run into the antagonist finally. And from there, it's like Indiana Jones plot, you know. There's a mysterious relic of power from a bygone age. Is it real? Is it fake? Let's find out. And it might have earth-shattering consequences if it is real. Ooh. Again, in comparison to 8, relatively grounded. Things didn't get nearly as weird. So, I would say it's just, you know, it was okay, competent. Not really something you play for the story. Like, you can, I don't mind. I wouldn't cringe if somebody enjoyed the story of these games, but, like, you play them for the gameplay. And that's, like, the biggest black mark, is just that things are a little jank because it's a crappy port of a Vita game being played on PC. Like, I can't really criticize most of the systems because, like, they're mostly functional versions of something that I liked already. I guess that's it, man. Like, underwhelming, I guess is what I'll say. Disappointed in the quality of the port. There were some elements that I appreciated them trying. Like, you know, maybe I would have said, oh, they should have an upgrade system. Let me customize my weapons a little more. Rather than just spending these stupid ores when I played 8. But then, you know, they did try it here and it didn't work out so well in my opinion. So, like, you know, the ideas were made. I respect the progress that was made in future titles. Just wasn't quite what I was expecting to get myself into, and that caused me to play it for over a year rather than the month that it should have taken. Hell, if I really liked it, I would have been in like 2 weeks, but no. You also keep in mind that I started playing it like hot off the heels of finishing Origin. So while they do play fairly differently, it is still similar in a lot of ways. And, you know, maybe I just wasn't ready to stomach it the first time I took a little break from it. But, I don't want to believe that. The artifacts were cool. Like, the dwarf bracelet was cute. It'd shrink you down, you go into small holes and fight big enemies. And it would, like, cut your strength in half when you did it, which is, like, a cute touch. And then you could upgrade it later to not cut your strength in half, of course. And then, like, the Gale shoes that made you run really fast, and you just charge into enemies with them and run up walls and shit. That was dope. And exploration, going through old areas, nicer. And well, those are the only ones I really used. The other ones were situational. You get them for the dungeons, like swimming underwater or dashing through walls. But they're not stuff that you just have equipped all the time. Which I guess is a detriment. They're just not permanently useful. guess that's all there is to talk about without spoiling. Like, I felt underpowered for a big chunk of the game. That made some of the side quests kind of annoying, right? And, you know, it's because I was underpowered. I explained what the freaking despair loop you get stuck in was. You know, it felt good whenever I finally just got tired of being weak and decided to invest in my equipment, only to immediately replace it after doing what I need to do. Like, it was just fine, underwhelming, not as good as other titles. If you own a Vita, then play it on the Vita. Like, I know you probably didn't buy a Vita, but it's a pretty cool system, and it's also very easy to jailbreak, honestly. So if you want to use it as like an emulation machine or something, you know, it's pretty perfect for that. And, you know, if you want to respectfully buy it on Steam and then play it on the Vita with the very legally acquired copy on your hacked Vita, that's probably the way to go. I just feel like a lot of my issues with it would be alleviated had I played it on the original hardware. Like, I just keep that as like an asterisk, like give it +1 point if you're not playing the PC version. So yeah, we're looking at like a 6, I'd say. Again, there are still just like design decisions, early version of the systems that we know today. Just not quite as developed as they should be. Stuff that doesn't work quite as well as you might think. So 6 and like 7 if you're playing it on a Vita where things are a bit less jank. Egg tartarine. You can eat raw meat? Jesus Christ. That's a deer. I need to find Roe now. There also weren't any costumes in the game, not that I know of at least, which is disappointing. Where's the titty DLC? Come on. Mandatory. The row hunting spot's like right next to the deer. Right, it's where the marker is. There's some over here that probably haven't spooked them all away just yet. Monroe. Well, I'm getting kidneys. And I think it said I need 7, but... Am I gonna get like 2 kidneys per row? Or what? Or some. Fuck. Because if that's the case, even though that would be realistic, it's gonna really suck because those are definitely going to rot in my inventory. Or I kill like 4 of these fucking things. You kidding me? I need 8 of them, so I need to kill 8 of these little bastards. They only give me 1 kidney. Well, it says kidneys plural, so I guess they come in pairs. You stuff them in both cheeks like a chipmunk. It's tradition. It's how you fine dining. Pinkies out, cheeks stuffed. Alright, I need to like dump all these hides onto my fucking... There. Ain't no row. That guy like totally blended in with the tree. Popped out of nowhere, dog. You come to your death. Ah! Behind the fucking neck. Oh, I got 2 from that one. Hell yeah. Kill 1 more. I think. Counter stopped at 6 there. I just kill these rabbits anyways, and hides are worth money. They're right here. It. Oh, shotgun season around these times. There's a rabbit over there, but... Trying to get 2 into that. And I gotta kill 2 more of them rows. Ideally get that done before nightfall. Maybe I should even just move to a different area, like the corpses could be keeping it from spawning more. Bro, those totally just spawned. I ain't complaining though. Still you fuckers. Dude. You don't behave like this normally, come on. In like a proper hunting game, this is probably great that they got spooked by me and ran far as fuck away. But like, I don't have a sniper rifle. Like, you can just sit back and watch them till they calm down. I have to stick on them like this. Alright, Pebbles. I think they maybe get less spooked by the horse's movement, in addition to it just being faster. I know I could have taken off my armor, it probably would have helped a little. But I don't want to get naked for no animals, that's just weird. kidding me? I missed that. On. Ah. Got him. Everyone gets to live with it. I'm tired of this shit. I use like all my arrows. Boy. I have plenty of other higher quality ones, but those are for humans.
Yeah.
You got a crap ton of pelts. That was a good thing. I don't know where I'm gonna sell them, but they're worth money. Still gotta get rid of those bows, too. Going the wrong fucking way, dude.
Yeah.
I realized that all we've really done is hunt in this sesh. And we did that one quest that got us the job to hunt, and then we started hunting, but we did make money, so I want to make our goal here to get that trading post built. We should be able to have enough. We only need like 2,000 more gold or something. I think it should be fairly achievable once I turn this in and get those pelts sold.
My God, what happened to you? You look like...
I'm the one who did the assaulted, bruv.
Excellent. Here's your reward. I have another task for you. A hare feast is being prepared. Go and get some game for it.
Very well.
Take care.
Hare feast. That's an easy one to do. I don't know if we'll go do it just yet. I want to get these pelts sold because... Where are we at? Like... 4 hours? Yeah. Yeah, I want to get these fucking pelts sold, bruv. And then that should give me enough money. So who am I selling to? Is there a general store around here? I have a grocer over here in Marrowhead. The answer.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Shush.
Yeah.
First minute we could eat something. How rude of that guy to leave without doing his fucking dishes. Alright, bro, we have 1,000 groschen, and we have a ton hides. Eh. Yeah, this is the one we did last time. I can put this one away. Ancient map 30. See? Blay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Lettuce.
Yeah.
Get to that grocer. See if he wants our damn hides. Blacksmith might want them, but I'm not sure about that. And it actually be a much shorter trip if I just went and saw him first. Do that. You might want the bows at least.
Yeah.
Good God.
Up.
Take care.
Hmm. You do take pelts. Okay, so I need to get them off my horse.
Good luck then.
Need the boar hide. So yeah, hold on. 17 pelts. Bam. What's it? I thought the row ones are like 20 each, so crap. These gloves. You like gloves, dude? These bows. They sold. Good. Ah, he doesn't even have that much money. Fuck. Okay, well, I can... This one, and this one. Wheel out 20. Sell this one. $1.4K. Might do something. I don't honestly remember the exact amounts, but like, I was only thinking in whole thousand numbers. This has to be worth something, right? Get our asses back here real quick. If not, we have that hare hunting job, and I'll guess the rest of what we need, because...
Yeah.
Question is, do we do it now or later? Because we are at 4 hours, and that's like... I want to go to bed, dog. But then I don't want the next session to be all hunting again, because that would be uneventful. Wah wah.
Yeah. 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 Yeah.
Ooh, baby. Ease. Okay, okay. How much money we got? 2.4. Put my 1.4 in there. Stop. And they give us ourselves 3.8. How much do we need for the thing? Ah! Or 20 for this. Oh, I need brain. traders. 4,000. $200 coins, dude. There has to be someone who can sell shit to nearby. Ujits. What have you got? Oh, you got a trader. Trade these nuts. Got all those bows. There has to be 200 worth of bows, right? These Bose headphones with at least 300, so good. These are actually turtle beaches. I'm still happy with them after like, what, 3-4 years now? The cushion at the part is starting to fall off, like the seam teared. It's still on, I guess, for now. Like, they're holding up pretty well. And the sound is still good. The mic on it was complete ass. It's a shame that I bought these
I still have obligations
when I
here.
intended to start streaming, and I was like, oh, that's just awful. But, you know, no biggie. Was an easy fix.
Yeah.
Poppin's never not going to bother me. I really wish I could just turn up the settings without breaking the game. I ain't taking any chances with this bullshit.
My God, what happened to you?
What happened to you?
Look like you've been assaulted.
You look like you've just been sculpted. What, yeah? Just enough, I'll take it. We buy something from them. Ordinary. Long distance arrow. Two of them. And I'll take them all. Fuck it. Still have enough. Haggle, get a little more.
Let's talk about the price.
Are we agreed?
A nice sum. See now?
Perfect. He has 20 coins left, and I have enough to get that trader. Seems our goal is accomplished, baby. I did a thing. I said I would make money, and I made money. All I had to do was murder a bunch of animals like a fucking Cabela's arcade game. Henry's Dangerous Hunts. Marker is still pointing at the traitor. I want to point here.
Yeah. Yeah. Hey, get out of here! This is no place for the likes of you!
I'm supposed to protect these woods from poachers. My sworn duty. Yeah, alright, I should actually fight this guy. I was gonna get the free swings in before he drew his weapon, and it's called a joint. Master Huntsman's sword. Oh, I gotta kill him first, for it's not stealing. Here we go. Now it's legal. Money. That's money. 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 I'm gonna use those actually. That's money. And he's got this master sword, which is of course me. You're really fucking stealing? Owner's dead. Now, whatever. Those will get their dues in due time.
Yeah.
You just hold on to it for a while, lose the heat. If not, I can go to Pashek or something.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought I fixed the bridge. What the hell is that? Is there like a pavement level 2? Alright, I swear to God, if building this thing doesn't put my funds in the green, I'm gonna be pissed.
I want to build something.
Certainly.
Trade is important, and we'll have a wagon bringing goods in, so we'll build a trader store.
Right. That should do it. We've got everything we need to start building. Come with me.
And it's well armored. You got the red color scheme looks dope. I like red. I like orange a bit more, but I like red. Yeah, all I wear is gray.
We're gonna build here?
Right here. Ready to start?
Alright.
I'm ready.
Right next to the bees.
I'll just quickly check again that we have everything we need. All good. We can start construction.
You either pay my exorbitant prices or you get the bees. Hell yeah, bro. The wagons. Shaggin' wagons. A nice cock.
She only started not long ago. Always in the evening, while there's still a bit of light, she sits down and gets on with it. And she's quite deaf.
Greetings, good.
Money, dude. 500 months. Eats. Please in his diet. Some savior schnapps. Crazy. I've got something crazy for you, though. Prices are shit. Give me like 10% of the value and not that low, but you know. Make it to start.
Can we do something about
300 is enough to haggle with, isn't it?
Agree?
Close.
Or 20.
All right, so.
Sorry. And it still isn't good. Gotta use the finger. Fingers make the proper kazoo. You gotta make sure your lips are sufficiently wet, though. You can tell by my throat's dryness that that's not gonna happen. Alright, I just want to look at the ledger, and you can sleep in the bed right there and be done. I want to cry. Isn't this place supposed to be OP and make me a ton of money? Where is the money coming from? Because it's just making me poor. I know I installed that mod to nerf it, but like, all of this is just taking from me. None of it is profitable. Only the traders. It makes a measly 5 grosh in a day. I guess I'm not doing any worse off for building it, but what the fuck? I have to be missing something, like, I gotta do some research. But, yeah, I'm disappointed, dog. all that work, 4 hours of work, and I get a measly 5 groschen a day. It doesn't even cover the fucking cost of the other things. I'm tight. Alright, guys, alright, my schedule is actually different next week. I have, like, a straight week of work. And that sucks. So, not entirely sure when I'm getting back. Could be 7 days, could be 8 days. Like, whenever I get a day off. Because they're all going to be back to back. And I'm not looking forward to it because right now I'm used to like the 2-week periods. 2-day periods, I mean. Yeah. I don't know, guys. Sometime in a week, I will see y'alls. And hopefully we won't be doing hunting next time. Maybe we'll get a quest done. And we'll do some treasure hunting instead. That'll probably get us money a lot quicker, finding plate mail and stuff. Anyways. Bye-bye.